So let's get started. Let's get into it with the first individual, who is new player inbound. So let's see what new player wants to chat about today. There we go. I'm not going to be showing the things on the screen today, but I'll make sure that, I say people's names and stuff. How are you, new player? How's life?
It's been better. And how about yours?
Fair enough.
Anniversary.
Yeah,
Did you
exactly. Good bloody partner anniversary
regards?
thing. Yeah. But no, I'm doing good. Day's been alright, so looking forward to doing the fireside chat, to be honest with you. Like, it's going to be a good time, so pretty much as
I
simple as
hope
that.
it's a good one. Hope it's a
Oh,
good one,
yeah,
yeah.
I'm sure it will. What did you
Well,
want to
as
chat about today?
yeah, I as I always do, short and precise. I wanted to know, like, I mean, you haven't played today. I don't know if you have played today already,
Hmm.
but I've noticed since the new challenge came up today that you need to finish 7 games in being the first one.
Yeah.
Everybody is playing so well, or at least trying way better, and the games are being so much fun now, and really you see people like in both sides, at least 5 or 6 people in ground RB at least get over 1,000 points, when a week ago you just saw like two guys getting 2,500, 1,500, and the rest 800, 600, 400, and one kill levers. It's like it's impressive how much the encourage that a lot of people get when they see that you really can get a lot of getting the first point, the first place.
Yeah, it's kind of amazing, right? Like I always see it during the challenge events as well. So like the first day of each set of challenge events is always harder to play than the second day, because everybody's trying to try hard and get it done in one day, and then and then on the second day it's a lot easier. It's so weird how that is, but I suppose when you put something in front of people, they want to do well, right? So it makes sense when there's something for it.
Yeah, man. It makes sense, but I thought to myself how, because we had those surveys the last month, I think it was, about the rewards of being, like, of winning or losing.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And I remember there was a lot of debate like 2 months ago about how about a reward of being like percentage wise
Mm,
in how good you did in the match.
mm.
And what would be your opinion about that? You think it would work, or not that well?
Well, if I remember at least the thing that was talked about a lot was like the top, so the top players from like the losing team would get the winning bonus, and then the bottom players of the winning team would get the losing bonus. That at least that's kind of the way that I saw it, and it's basically what World of Tanks does, or at least used to. I don't know if they do it anymore. Um, I kind of like the idea, but it can't be based on score because the
Uh,
problem with basing it on score is it's really easy to manipulate score doing certain things, right? That's why getting first place isn't, most of the time it's actually not about getting the most kills, even though the kills give you some of the highest
yeah, yeah.
score. Yeah, you can manipulate in other ways, so there's got to be like another metric that's used, instead of just score and activity. It's got to be something about impact in the game, and I feel like that's going to be stupidly hard to make fair.
To calculate,
Yeah, but if they can, then yeah, I would put a
I mean,
system like that in. Yeah.
assists, hits, perhaps, and captures of points, things that are really meaningful to the like general point of the match.
Yeah, or how many kills did you get where the person was higher BR than you, or how many
Yeah,
kills did you get on players on the enemy team who were also doing well? Like stuff like that. Like as I said, I feel like that would be stupid hard to calculate, but I think generally that would
yeah.
be
There
alright.
there are no other games that like reward you when you kill like a player that is being dominating your team. So something like that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So if
Yeah,
they could figure out a
that's true,
system
man.
around that, then yeah, definitely. Like I'd be down. I'd be happy with it.
Yeah.
What
I
about
feel it.
you? Like, would you like to see something like that?
Oh, I would love to because I mean sometimes I play like a match, and I know that is very often said that you remember more the bad than the good, but I'm I find myself quite often like I've been trying to spade Japan,
Yeah.
and I find myself in 8, 10 kill games where I'm at the top and still lose like 5, 6 games in a row, and it's like, okay, it would be nice if I if I get a little bit extra, because sometimes I for a full game you just get like 2000 RP. It doesn't feel right. It's like, all right, I would rather just keep playing my 6.3 America and making tons of SL or RP,
Yeah,
but I don't have
exactly. Yeah.
anything else to research there, so I'm just losing time.
Yeah, exactly. It's yeah, it can be I suppose demoralizing is the word, especially with some nations. Like when I was
Yeah.
playing like the British chieftain and I was getting like 5 to 8 to even sometimes 10 kill games and still losing because of the vehicle. It didn't feel good. Like it wasn't a fun experience, you know. And
Yeah,
yeah.
yesterday and before yesterday was 2 days like that I was like, okay, what the fuck am I gonna play? And I keep playing because I really want to like spade the Japanese at least in this time, and I wanted to keep grinding them because I don't have it all. I just have like till rank 4 or 5,
Yeah.
and but you feel like you're not advancing, and it's like, well, I guess I'll just play something else, and it's not a great feeling. I would rather like to, I don't know, something like to incentivize the people to try to get those first places. And I mean, if like you said about War of Tanks, like the first or like the top percent of players could get a little bit better rewards, but that could be unfair because I don't know. The end of the at the end of the day, not everybody is very good. I'm not saying I'm very good. I'm just saying sometimes you just had a bad day and you shouldn't be punished for that.
I feel like whatever system you create, there's gonna be problems with it, right? But
Yeah,
I
that's true.
definitely think people should be incentivized to at least try better.
Yeah, for
Yeah,
sure.
in some ways.
And I don't know. I felt a little bit like I've been playing with the French, the Etendard and some shit like that,
Yeah.
and I mean I find myself dodging M9Js and R60s
Yeah.
all the game, setting up kills for other people, but then I saw myself like getting 900 SL for surviving and not doing absolutely anything else.
Yeah.
Just you get the surviving bits to say.
Yeah, the
Uh,
Etondard's in a super rough place right now.
Oh man, it was so rough. But the cannons really get a kick, and if you put stealth, a lot of people don't realize that you're shooting directly at them.
Yeah,
So
exactly, yeah.
it feels good. Well, that was it for me, and I wanted to say thank you because the game with Freeman yesterday, I really had a great time watching you two. It was
Oh
so much
yeah.
fun.
It's a fantastic game, isn't it? Like it's
Yeah,
probably my
yeah.
favorite game I played this year. Like I really think it's that good.
I need to finish the VOD because I went to sleep a little bit early. Well,
Yeah.
early was 3 a.m. But but it really looked a lot of fun till the point that I saw, and I think I'm gonna buy it and play with my girlfriend because that should look a lot of fun.
Well, as I said, you can on Steam you can buy EA Play, right? And
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
like $5, and then you can play all the other stuff. And I think the game length is like 10 or 12 hours. So and after you complete it, I doubt you're gonna go through it again, right? It seems like one
yeah.
of those
Yeah.
games. But no, it's really
It's
really
one
fun.
time.
Definitely
I don't know
recommend that
if
one.
you ever played like that game called Limbo, but it
Mm.
gives me the vibes of Limbo, and I really enjoyed Limbo a lot. Even
Yeah,
though Limbo is
yeah.
a little bit slower, but it's a really good game. So It was a great time watching you two fight over who was hacking or not.
Yeah, I can't wait to play that again. Hopefully we get to do so, like on the weekend or
Yeah.
something. Should be good.
Well, have a great stream and see you next time.
See you later, man. It's always a good to chat. Alright. So that was New Player Inbound, and now it is time to get on Milo and see how Milo is doing on this fine day. There we go. Let's see.
Hello, TEC.
Hello, how are you?
Yeah, I'm fine. How are you doing?
I'm doing okay. I'm just checking some DMs, but everything should be all right. Yeah. What?
I'm like good. Is it all right?
Yeah, you sound great. Yeah,
Okay.
can hear everything. What do you want to chat about today? What's going on?
I'm not really sure today, as the community is kind of resolved the economy issue by just not complaining as much as it was last week. But people are still, the economy's still not in a good position. I feel like is War Thunder an MMO? Would you consider it that?
It's technically an MMO, but no, I wouldn't. Like on paper, it's an MMO, but yeah, it's not. When you think about an MMO, it's not the one you think of, right? Like you think of like World of Warcraft or New World or stuff like that.
76, something like that.
Yeah, but yeah, it seems like most people have just completely forgotten about the economy changes again. Like it was a week of whining, and now it seems to have disappeared. So I don't know if are people really annoyed, or is it just kind of, well, we've lost the battle, time to focus on another one.
When has Gaijin really listened to the outcry of the community when it's not been about a certain vehicle?
There's, I suppose, like there was the parts and FPE thing, like when they reduced the mod costs of them. But
it should be. I don't think that's like a hot take either. I think it should just be free, straight up. Tanks should come with parts and FPE.
Yeah, my stance on it is parts should, like researching parts should make it so you repair stuff more efficiently. So if you don't have parts, it takes 40 seconds. If you do have parts, it takes 20.
Oh,
like stuff like that.
Free skills. That's a good idea.
Yeah, and then FPE, you get one stock, and then you get 2 when you get the mod, and you get to reload 2. That's what I would do.
Because people do forget. There's as human beings, we like to focus on negative. There's a lot of mechanics, like you say, grind for the vehicles, spade your vehicles as you go. You get a lot of RP for spading vehicles. Yeah, I think people forget that.
Oh yeah, you get tons.
Yeah, I think I get like I'm just ballparking like 30k maybe for like around an 8.0 vehicle, like around that. I think it might be even more than that, to be honest. Because I'm kind of doing my 8.7 Russian lineup, and it's an absolute powerhouse of all those light tanks.
Do you mean for Do you mean for like the, what do you call it? For getting like each of the mod things on it?
Yeah, modification.
Yeah.
Yeah. Every tier you get the modifications, you get like a certain amount of RP. So you get like, I think you get like 10k for all the tier 4, and then you get an extra bonus for spading. So you actually get a considerable amount of RP. But what can you do with the RP if you're not earning enough silver lines to actually buy the tanks? And that's what's my point I'm coming to. Like, which other MMO actively like almost penalizes you for playing at a higher tier? Because I feel like I can perform the same in around the 4.0 and earn more, and earn more research and more rewards, even though multipliers are different for the higher tier lineups. I'm not sure what it is. Maybe it's just the way there's more players in the games, but even though the multipliers to the high tier vehicles are higher, it doesn't feel like that. I'm sure you might feel the same way.
Yeah. There's a few out there. Stuff like obviously World of Tanks. If we're looking at War Thunder as an MMO, then it would be the same with this one. Generally, MMOs punish you in time. And I know a lot of MMOs that take way more time to grind through stuff than War Thunder. Like literally take months to get like one thing. But generally, I think there is. It seems like there is a problem with SL right now. I don't know whether put it like this: it's either one or two things. People are researching too fast, which is something which, at least from a community point of view, is not a bad thing. Just from a gauging point of view,
Yeah,
and then
I agree.
and because they're researching too fast, they're not getting enough SL along the way to get it right. That seems to be the problem. But I don't. The only way you can fix that is by increasing SL rewards or decreasing RP rewards. And I hope that they don't. I hope that they don't decrease RP rewards.
I almost feel stupid now because I do have a cheeky 4-3 Germany premium lineup for the Panzer 478 and the command Panzer 4, and they have better multipliers. Well, the Panzer 470 has an insane Silver Lines modifier, and so does the command Panzer 4. Like 450, I think it has. 375 and 405. That is more than no. That is 50% less than TAM 2 IP. No, 30%. And that is at 8-3, and you can do a lot. You know how amazing German tanks can be when they're played like German tanks.
Yeah.
Not like German players play them. So yeah. I go into a game, put a booster on, I can print SL with my 4-0 German lineup, to be honest. I know I think we complain so much because we have it so good. Honestly. Like, looking at games like Battlefield and all the other trash games, like, these are not good games, and we do not pay to play this game. We're paid for premium, but that's it. We only pay for premium because it's a good game. Like, no one would complain if it was a bad game because people wouldn't care.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, right? If it was a bad game, no one would play it, and if it was a really bad game, it would have never got to the position it's in. Like if you want to make a comparison to a kind of similar game, well, not really, but in the genre, Armored Warfare, and go and have a look at the amount of people who are complaining about Armored Warfare. It's tiny because hardly anybody plays the damn game, but they're very loud, which is something which goes on. But yeah, it's just I feel like no matter what happens, they'll be complaining, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But every so often, at least for me, I feel like I have to take myself away from it, so I don't have to hear it every so often.
Yeah, it's nice on to see my Reddit just filled with people whining, to be honest. I was one of those whiners, but hey, I'm like, something's got to be done. I mean, but it's just like, it's just annoying. Like it obviously it wants you to be alive for longer, because I realized if I got 3 kills in like 3 minutes the other day, I earned about 2k RP, which isn't too bad. But I was alive for 6 minutes in the vehicle, and I literally did niche. I did nothing in that vehicle, and like I think I scouted twice and capped a point, and I got more than 2k RP in that life because I was alive for longer. So I'm thinking it's starting to reward players for just being cautious and not dying, which is odd almost.
Yeah, they're promoting longevity, right? Which, I mean, the reason why they're doing it is to try and stop the people who just one spawn and then disappear, because that happens quite a lot at high tiers, and I feel like it gets better like during the year, and then the sales hit, and then it gets worse again. Like it's one of those really weird like things that happened, but I don't really know. The only way you could do that is if you start punishing people even more for not bringing full lineups, which they could do.
This is one of those things where if I heard someone else's opinion and they had a good solution, I'd be able to agree with them. I just can't think of. Obviously, I can think of ways they could stop this, but my brain isn't fancy doing that right now. Well,
all the solutions that are there are gonna annoy people a lot, and they're gonna piss a lot of people off. And the question is that beneficial to the community, or is it just beneficial to a small part of it, right? And that's the problem at the end of the day. Is it because this is like the continuous struggle we have, like when it comes to just talking about the community stuff. is it okay to annihilate one way a person plays the game to try and make it so another person has more fun?
Yeah.
And then, yeah, you just end up in like that that conversation constantly.
It's a cycle, isn't it? Of because some I think this has got part and parcel to do with bad map design. Because I played
Right.
game, Call of Duty is a good example.
Mm.
Call of Duty can really do well with good map design, and you've seen other Call of Duties that no one knows because their maps have been horrible.
Yeah.
I think Warner's got part to play in this. Like, I know, back to my point earlier, this game is incredible. Which other game has monthly title updates with like in ridiculously high quality vehicles? Vehicles getting patched, the B-17 receiving its new skin. Balance changes, economy changes. Maybe not for the good, or the worse, but another game has this, and it's sometimes I just lost my train of thought. But another game has this amount of support from the dev team, and I can understand why guys might kind of drown under their own success, because some of the maps need to be addressed, especially for high tiers, top tiers.
Oh yeah, I agree.
The new map's brilliant though. New map, I absolutely love the new map.
Which is the new map?
The Aral Sea.
Oh, Aral Sea, yeah.
Yeah, there's a video on geography we had to watch about the Aral Sea. It was pretty funny. But yeah,
Fair enough.
I had this presenter, and she said the Aral Sea, and we always laugh when she said it, because they just got some little white TV presenter in there, little rich girl. But it was funny anyway. Yeah. So because it's really good, because I feel like War Thunder needs to introduce players to different ways to play the game. Because if I want to go and have fun, which I assume most players do, is I just drive into the front line and just drive into their spawn. I feel like most people play the game like that. I feel like we really underestimate how many people do that.
All right.
And most people, I feel like that the Aral Sea map introduces players to a new style of gameplay, because right off one of the spawn points, you can actually spawn and see into each other's spawn, but there's sufficient cover and train leveling to the point where you can see where you're going to go and shoot, and then get back into that cover. I think they need to start doing that more often in the maps. Because I honestly think it's a wonderful map, and there's a nice little urban area in the middle. I feel like maps, they need to give players an option, like an urban spawn, and then a long range sniping spawn, because that map literally has that, and it's absolutely brilliant. And I feel like the community hasn't really addressed that, because we, as a community, we almost need to tell them what we like and what we don't like. So maybe we start having spawn points to the point where they're let's say we got a little a 1x1 grid, a little square. Instead of having both of the spawn points at the bottom, two at the bottom and two at the top, how about we have one towards the middle and one towards the bottom right side? So dynamic spawns, almost different types of vehicles, and then we can add the air spawns, the BMD and the ASC-57, and start talking like that. I think that would potentially be quite an interesting game mechanic.
Yeah, I think so, and also at the same time, if I don't see anything about something that's been implemented in the game, that to me sees it as okay. It's been accepted. You know what I mean? People are enjoying it because as we talked about, most people don't go out their way to go I like this thing.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Most people, if they're content with it, they just don't talk. So the fact that I haven't seen anything on RLC being bad or not working, to me is a good sign, basically.
Community likes to dwell on the negative, and if no one's even flickered at the new map, that's brilliant. I'd say I think it's a really good map, and maybe you should do videos on deconstructing how to play certain maps, because I feel like I'm level 87, 88. I don't know how to play on most of the maps. Potential good idea for videos.
It's planned for the next year, basically. Because in January there's going to be downtime, so that's when basically I try and make 30 or 40 videos, and those are going to be about 10 of them.
Yeah, because I generally feel like that would be a brilliant way, just getting a private game or something, and just show people where to go, because there's some maps I spawn where do I go, what Ground Zero, Alaska, where do I go, do I go, if I go left side I'm gonna get sniped by a striker or something fast like a Hellcat. If I go right side, there's 100 different places I can get shot. If I go through mid, I might get camped by a light tank. It's a tough one where to go on some maps.
No, I agree with you. Yeah, it's definitely one of those that's not the easiest to sort out.
Yeah, that's why people like Advanced to the Rhine, because it's very straightforward to play.
Advanced to Rhine, yeah, just drive forward, pick a
Yeah,
lane
drive-
and go.
Yeah. And all heavy
basically all
tank
it is.
sides. Okay, towards the end, my last 5 minutes, I'm going to be talking about subjective things like best tanks in the game. So,
Yeah, go ahead.
I'll say out for later. That's the good stuff. We want to save the best for last. I've got a lot to talk about.
Yeah.
With that, I was going to say something really important about the mechanics, but yeah, honest question. People in the chat as well, please answer this. How many times have you gone into a game and be like, do you know what? I'm going to use a bulldozer on my tank?
Hello there.
How many times have you tried that tech?
How many times have I used the bulldozer?
Yeah, people in chat, please answer as well.
Right. So yeah, that's a good question. How many times have you guys used the bulldozer in game? I've used it twice.
Yeah. I'm researching our BMP right now, BMP3. I have the bulldozer on it. Like, why should I unlock the bulldozer on my BM? Obviously, it's a nice mechanic to have, but like, why? Maybe make it faster. I don't know. That's a potential idea. Make it easier, because I know they've recently patched the Parkinson syndrome that tanks to get when they started doing it. They're wobbling around the place, even without the stabilizer. So you can now bulldoze while aiming. Your tank won't be shaking itself to death, which is a nice addition. Because in Fly Daily's video, he was doing it, and his tank was literally like
bouncing.
It felt like shaking his tank around.
Yeah, I think I don't know. The bulldozer thing is a really nice addition, but it's another one of those things that I don't think needs to be used all the time. It's just one of those nice little mechanics that will be useful in like odd situations, because we have like a bunch of them in game, right? Where even something like ESS is kind of like that, where most of the time you're not going to use it, but every so often it's going to be nice to use. And I feel like the bulldozer is the same. There's like certain vehicles that'll benefit from it, and that's okay, I don't think it has to be widely used. Too much.
The chieftains, was it those vicars? Or which tanks was it? The chieftains were designed the British Army designed to like fight, hold down.
Yeah, defensive warfare. Same with the STRV 103.
Yeah, so they're designed, obviously, they benefit from it. And I haven't seen a game where someone's absolutely dominated with it, but I'm very looking forward to it when it does happen. Because I think that's just fun. When someone on the team is doing well, and or even on my team, it's just fun to see. I always type a little message in chat saying, like, well done every now and then. I think that's good. It's good to recognize people who are playing well, not spawn camping like mindlessly.
Yeah, I think so too. The one time I saw the dozer be really effective was a Centurion Avery, and he was on the Middle East map, and he was in like the Northern Rocks on the right hand side, and he dug himself, so he was basically behind the rock, and he was like looping his shots over it, and it was working really well. I don't know how useful he was, but like he couldn't die and he was killing things, so it's pretty funny to watch.
That's good.
I saw they buffed them today, didn't they? Or at least they buffed some of them.
In the latest patch, they fixed they've made up, because I remember that first came out because I remember watching the PTR videos, and it looked quite fast and quite efficient, and it came to live. And I was like, I could be here for 20 minutes, and I still wouldn't make a sandcastle. So, like, I know they buffed that. They took our little third-person thermals glitch away from us as well.
Yeah,
it's a shame, but I wasn't really using it, so I'm not going to be crying about it.
I feel like they're gonna expand like dozers a lot though. Like when I think about the vehicles that use dozers, there's a fuck ton of them. So I think eventually there'll just be a ton of vehicles with dozers eventually. I think it'll be more just about add-on armor than it will the thing, but it'd still be nice to see.
Just expanding from my last time I was on, I spoke about the useless commander sight. There's a lot of vehicles around the 403 range which have commander sights and 50 range. Because it's literally like a giant optic that the commander's hanging onto. It's like, why isn't this a commander site? So the Astura Mill and the Decamax are ones of the giant commander sites. But that's gonna shape the community to its core when they remove binos and add commander sites to everything. That's gonna be a bad week.
Do you think they're gonna do that? They're gonna remove binos?
Like, why? Obviously, they're adding all these useless additions, but like, they're gonna have to do it. Surely, there's no way they've added these. But they've taken like, obviously they took I spoke to you last time a couple of weeks ago about the the bino thermals.
Yeah.
And I think they were, and obviously like they're strong, but that's what they're supposed to be. They're supposed to be like an elevated platform of thermal vision.
Yeah.
Where like commander's sight is, I say all the time, it feels strapped down. It feels too low, even though it's in the correct position. I feel like they're gonna. I think they've got to do it, because why would they have binos in commander sight? That's like the most useless thing ever. Like, why? I obviously get more zoom, but there's like what five vehicles in the game which have better commander sights than gunner optics.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think they're gonna eventually remove binos. I just don't know when, or they're gonna do. Or they've been working on what they do in Enlisted, where if you use the commander's sight, your commander pops out the top of the tank.
Imagine that as a big old heat round coming through.
Exactly, yeah. I wouldn't be surprised to see something like that.
Yeah, that'd be quite funny, to be honest. It's just strange, because, like, what's the crack with it being off-center as well? Like, why? Like, it's like off-center use it.
Yeah,
why?
I don't know.
Want to make us
idea.
It's like off center and down to the left. Like, what? Why? Like, what is the point in that? Like, to make us stop it being OP? Like, honestly, like some of the decisions which we made are just like, why are you just doing this to make us suffer? Because I can't see any possible. Someone in chat, please tell me. Is there any reason why there's the commander sides off canter? Like, and it's not like a little bit either. It's quite a bit. Obviously, you can adjust to it, but it's
it's because of where the commander's cupola is, right?
Yeah, I know it's a video game though. Like, come on, it's a game. Like,
but I think that's probably the reason.
For the lols, true. No, that's funny. I as well. It's laser rangefinder though as well, so it shouldn't matter. So I don't understand, but ho hum is a game. We can't do much about it.
Okay, the other thing like about it is there's still the STRFs for Sweden. For some reason, they still don't have their commander sites. They're some of like the only top tier vehicles without them. And I'm wondering, like, are we just gonna have like a patch where it's just all commander sites?
It's
like,
got
everything
some
gets them.
Going through all the vehicles, looking where the commander's sitting, and see if there's any fun. Imagine that.
Yeah, exactly.
I think so, because a lot of the German, I know they added to the what is it called? The lowest vehicle I think I know it has it is the PT-76, and then like World War II vehicles, the oldest one I think is the Tiger. If someone in chat once again can correct me.
Right.
That oldest one I know which has commander optics is the Tiger, and then like if you look at the Dick and Max of the steering wheel, like I said earlier, you can see it's a very large optic, which looks exactly like the gunner optic, which your commander is sticking his face into. Yep, 100% to a commander optic update.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. And then they might do custom sites as well with it, like custom fire control systems for certain tanks, and then they'll start expanding on that too. Because
when I watch your videos and you say like a tank's received an upgrade or like a fire control system, I like maybe for these I know it's not very realistic, but like the tank can extinguish itself while on the move. And that's not too OP, but that's a little bit like nice, if you know what I mean.
Tank can what? Sorry.
So the tank can move while extinguishing the fire, so it can be fully.
Well, fire control systems is about like the optics and the way that the gun fires, basically.
Oh,
like
I could imagine like.
But no, they do. There are machines out there that do have automatic fire extinguisher systems and stuff. Or probably all modern fucking MV2s nowadays.
I'd assume they would have that.
But yeah, the FCSs is it's like basically the the commander and gunner and how they fire the gun is the simplest way of putting it. And there's a lot of systems nowadays which are pretty much automatic, meaning that they'll auto.
TEC, why does your view account have a harp instead of a number?
Thank you for the bit, Swingling Dragon. Why does my view account have a harp instead of a number? I have no idea.
I'll see if I have that on my stream.
A harp?
I think he might have misspelled hearts.
It might be because it's the partner anniversary. That's the only thing I can think of, but I have no idea. Oh, it's a party hat. Oh, well, there you go. Yeah, because it's my partner anniversary, so that's
happy
why.
partner anniversary.
Yeah.
Anniversary.
Yeah.
Did you think
cool.
when you started streaming that you'd end up almost doing it full/part-time?
Yeah. I knew I was gonna when I made the decision last was it April or whatever. I was gonna go whole hog into it. Because before that, for like a few years, we did like on and off, right? Because obviously timings didn't match up. But no, last year I was like, yeah, let's do it now. Let's have a bit of fun.
Okay. I just want. Do you remember like the first video of yours, which like really like blew up, and you're like, oh, I'm kind of a YouTuber now. Do you have that like realization for a moment? No.
No, I have no idea.
Oh, okay.
No, I don't really look at views of stuff or anything.
Oh, okay.
Like on the Twitch channel, I have all that stuff turned off because it scares me.
If you know who Chris MD is, he went to my school and he was like 3 years above me. So like while he was blowing up on the internet, I was going to school with him, which is pretty pretty He's kind of a
that's pretty cool.
Yeah, because while he was in sixth form, I was in like year 8, I think. So I was really interesting because he would talk to us every now and then. But found pretty cool.
That's so weird. What one odd thing. Oh. But no, I don't know. I still find the whole thing very intimidating, so I just let it be, and it just keeps growing. So it seems to be working. I don't know.
I feel like it's strange because all the War Thunder YouTubers do such different content. It's actually really interesting. Like no one else does a historical side like you do. That's why I like your content, because it's like when a vehicle comes out and I'm just like playing the game, like I'm gonna get a nice detailed account of the vehicle and learn how to play it. No one else does that.
Yeah, I need to do more of them actually. Like I need to do more like talking about specific vehicles. I feel like I've been doing way too much news stuff over this year. So next year I'm gonna do more map analysis stuff like I used to do, and then also just looking at specific fun vehicles.
Yeah, as well. I think the SK105 video is brilliant. I feel like more videos about individual vehicles, like 8-minute, 10-minute videos, just explaining why it's good and how it's good, is a very good thing.
I'm amazed that hardly anybody has touched that thing. Like it's insanely good.
Yeah, I find the most similar vehicle to that is the SU-122 because it gets 400 mil pen heat at 6.7. That's another extremely underrated vehicle because it's kind of stuck in like a World War II chassis.
Yeah, that's fair.
So on to my closing remarks now. So we're discussing the most OP vehicles in the game.
Sure, go ahead.
If anyone in chat doesn't think the Object 268 in a full down tier isn't unkillable, you're wrong. I've got 10 minutes of pure footage of just bouncing shells and bouncing 75 mil Sherman shells on my PlayStation ready to go. Things unkillable. Honestly, like, why I haven't YouTubers made a video on this? It was 7.3 like 3 months ago and it was OP. It's 6.7. It sees 5.7 USA. The highest pen round is 130 mils, and it literally has like 180 millimeters. No, 187 mil plate. That's insane. It can double protect. Tank. If anyone here needs to play an OP tank and just have fun, play the Object 268 at 6.7. It is the best tank in the game.
It's much better nowadays, but it was absolutely trash at 7.3. So.
Okay, tag. Those are fighting words.
The Leopard is at 7.3.
Well, the mouse is at 7.7.
True, so. And both can annihilate the 268. You're completely right.
Buddy. Okay, buddy.
Anyway,
Okay.
next vehicle.
Next vehicle is the just the whole entire USSR 8.7 lineup. Those 3 little pesky light tanks.
Fair enough.
BMP3, 2685, and then 2M. You throw in a cheeky little PE8. You have aircraft scouting for all 3 of those vehicles. You earn a PE8 by minute 2 of the game, and you've already got a triple kill. Fun lineup. Next OP vehicle, guys. Play at your own like mental well-being via TU4. If you're not good to sell, don't play it. And when you're playing anything above 7.7, it's GG minus 30 KSL. You've already been shot down as you spawn in. Not gonna have much fun playing it, but yeah. Next vehicle is just like the whole entire like German tech tree. Like if you want to have fun, just learn how to play the game and just play any German vehicle. It's very good. Like, yeah, there you go. Those are my wise words of the day, guys. Also, the 5.7 jumbo is actually unkillable. By the way, if you die in that thing, you're not very good, even in the flop tier. It's very, very, very fun. BMP2M is OP, says Swaggy Days. Yes, it is. I think it'd easily be 10-0, and no one with Flicker and I.
It's definitely too low of a BR. They shouldn't have lowered it.
How is it 8-7? Like, who is making these decisions?
I think it's
like,
literally because of its stock grind being shit.
It's a squadron vehicle as well.
Yeah, and AGMs exist, and it's not very good against them.
Also, it suffers from being a Russian light tank as well. No other light tanks suffer that, but only Russian light tanks are critically under BR'd.
Yeah,
Like
I'd say so. Yeah.
Like, am I speaking up from bias here, or is the Bradley like insane for 8-0?
All the IFEs at 8-0 are insane. Like the Warrior, the Bradley, even the Type. What is it, 89 for Japan at 8-3?
Yeah. To be fair, but Japan suffers, so we give them one good thing. We took away their STB from them. I mean, they suffer enough already.
Like all those IFEs are really, really good. Like they're super good right now.
Well, this thing's 8-3 and it has like a 127mm pen autocannon. Jeez. Oh my days. It's 80 Gemma 700. Oh my god. Okay, fair enough. I don't mind like, these obscure tech trees having 1 or 2 really good vehicles. I honestly don't mind. Giving people a reason to play the tech trees. Like I can't count like on one finger how many times I've played against Japan. Honestly, I can't remember a count. I got. It's like, oh my god, that amazing Japanese vehicle. Like I can't think of that. Honestly, only time I can think of a vehicle is like, oh my god, that thing is removed from the game. The A4E. Remove the A4E from the game. Every week I complain about it. It needs to be taken out of the game. Let's be honest.
The A4E.
The A4E early, the squadron vehicle.
Oh, fair.
And people, every week I say this, it's not just easy as like spawning in a shulker and shooting it down. The thing is so fast, you literally can't shoot it down in the shulker. It's actually impossible.
What do you think about the Israeli one? Have you seen any of them? Or are you just talking about ground?
It's Israel. I find it's funniest in the game, to be honest. All the furries getting triggered that Israel's in the game.
The furries?
I'm just gonna rewind time. Yeah, Israel's a good addition to the game, guys.
Wait, what have the furries got against Israel?
What aren't the furries offended that?
I love it how it's specifically the furries. Like,
well, these ones always comment on Reddit posts saying that like they're cowards. They get proved wrong and then they delete their comments. No, that's not how it works. Yeah, you live by the sword and then you die by it. Honestly, I'm just happy to be honest. It's another thing for people to complain about. Like they're gonna have a couple of OP vehicles, and it's gonna be nice to see people complain. And I'm gonna buy the premium vehicle when it's on offer. I'm contrary to the problems of the game.
Which one would you go for?
Not the planes. I'm horrible at air RB. I'm a liability. I only play bombers.
Fair enough.
That being said, like, why is it above 8.0? You can't destroy the airbase. I've noticed that in my TE4. Like, you can't destroy. Like, once you destroy your 4 bases, you can't destroy the airfield.
Yeah, on games which have 4 bases, they the bases like respawn. You can't destroy the airfield.
Pathetic.
Well, it means that people in TU4s can't end the game in 5 minutes.
But I'm supposed to just suffer a 40k repair cost when some little spoiled brat and his premium G91 comes for me. Honestly. Like, dude's level 2. Oh, I've got a screenshot I need to show you, by the way. I put it in the Discord. I found a guy who literally had like 1,200 deaths and like 2 kills, like 100 kills
Jesus,
in like a terms or something. It's funny.
that is nuts.
Yeah, Swaggy Days. The Swaggy Days guy, and he's got some form of commendation. 84 early is OP and ground RB. It is. KB2 Strong says all Japan has is the Type 89 and Tentacle Hunt. Okay, that's me done. That's a horrible way to end things. KB2 Strong, you've ruined my day. Thank you very much. A terrible disappointment as time to leave. Oh my god, everything's falling apart. Okay, have a good day, Tech. I hope I wasn't too manic today.
It was wonderful chatting to you, Milo. Have a wonderful evening.
You two, I'll be here next time. Have a good time, guys. See you.
And that was Milo, as always, frantic and fun. And I would like to say thank you to everybody, saying happy partner anniversary. It's very kind of you guys. And yeah, it's been a good year. Let's have another good one. Let's get Vario on to chat about some things, see what is going on. And we're going to have a special guest later on. So we'll see how it goes. So let's get Vario on, see what he wants to chat about today. We'll continue trying to get this special test done.
Hello,
Hello, how are you?
I'm fine. Happy anniversary stream.
Yeah, it's kind of out of the blue, but it's nice. What do you want to chat about today?
So I don't remember if it was yesterday or another day where you talked about the SK105. And
Yeah,
just on that day, I finally got. I have all the unlockable camo for it.
Oh, nice.
The only one is the G one that I don't have, which isn't that different from the tricolor. Wait.
How have you found the vehicle?
So I like it a lot. It's my KD is so I'm like 170 death and 327 kills in total.
So I've got
a nice 62% victory rate in it.
Another broken French vehicle then, right?
Absolutely.
There's a lot of them. That's why I like the tech tree.
You have like something has to compensate for no stabilizers.
My question is when it goes up in BR, because it really should go up in BR, even without a stabilizer.
The thing is, if it goes up in BR, then I'll just stop playing it because I'm not gonna bring a tank alone. Because if it's the only 8.7 tank, I could be like playful and pick this and get like Mr. 4 with it to get in a plane, but like no one's gonna say, oh yes, the Mr. 4 is such a great plane. Like why would anyone take it? Like forget the A4A. Get a super Mr. 4 with its like I get like 55 snabs and 2 bombs. Yeah, no one's gonna play this plane because it really has nothing better than it does nothing better than any other plane. But the SK is nice right now at 8.3. I'm just gonna play it while it lasts, and when it goes up and is forgotten, I'll stop playing it. And maybe one day they'll add a night an INO lineup or something like that. A change that I didn't really read anywhere and that surprised me is the AAA in Air Realistic now slaps. Like even when in Air Realistic you have like those little kind of triangle where a light pillbox in the middle, like 2 howitzer and an SPAA back.
Yeah.
Every time I go close to one of them, I instantly get like hit by the SPA, by the AA, and they even set me on fire. And so when you go ground pounding with something that doesn't have armor, like the French the SB2C5 at 4.0, I used to use this plane for ground pounding missions with like the 20 mils and the 50 cals. And now, as soon as I get close to an SPAA, that is like some of the thing you're supposed to kill, it instantly lights me up, and yeah, they're really brutal.
Hey, Bombion,
but the SPAAs that they have around the bases that you're supposed to bomb, those ones still suck. So if you want to kill ground targets to get your score, shooting the ground targets around the bases is a better option. You should start with those and after go toward the other, because the others are gonna make you leak oil or maybe set you on fire.
Yeah.
Or just pilot snipe you. And yeah, they feel almost like airfield AAs. Just there's very little of them, so they don't kill you that fast.
Yeah, they're pretty potent, definitely. And it seems like, at least to me, they get more potent the more enemies are near them, like player enemies. I don't know whether that's just something I've, kind of seen over the years or something I'm making up, but it has always felt that way to me. Whether
that they get stronger the more players there are.
Yeah, well, if there's like an actual player near them, they seem to be a lot more responsive to shooting you down. Like, I don't know. It's it's something that used to happen on Raw quite a lot.
For me, that's something like quite new because, like, I spaded like well in the Russian tree, in the German tree, in the French tree, and even the British tree, and even America. That I played a lot, and I never had problem about those SPA. For me, they were just like there to get shot and give me points, and like that's the first time where every time I go and shoot them, now they give me an oil leak or something more dangerous, but I never get unscathed.
Right.
And like, if it was just that on its own, I'd be like, okay, they nerfed like ground pounding, but because they cut like the amount of stuff you get from ground pounding in half, that's really a bigger nerf than I thought it would be when they said you'd get like half the rewards for ground pounding.
Do you think you only get half the rewards? I feel like my rewards haven't changed that much.
For the score, definitely. For the rewards, I don't know. But when I'd go like ground pound with an IL2, I'd get like 5,000 score. And now I just get like 2,000 or something like that.
Right.
And like for games where I'm really doing well, I'm maybe gonna get 3,000. So it feels like it's been halved. Like it's not really something I can really count because I don't really note down what I shoot down every round.
Yeah.
But it looked like a really big nerf. Also, there was this staying on planes. There was this task about killing players in ground realistic with an attacker, and for me that was surprisingly difficult because I was like, well, what planes do I like to kill to kill ground targets, and I realized that all the plane I used to do that, none of them are attackers. Because I like the what's it called? It's the TU2. No, yeah, the TU2.
The
Gives me
Soviet
like
thing, right?
yeah, gives me like amazing kills. Same for the PE2. The ITP doesn't count as an attacker, and so you're stuck with the IL2, the IL10, and the SU6. But those 37 millimeters are completely useless. Like, they pen okay, but they do no post-pen damage. Like, you can pen a roof, hit someone in the head, and not kill them. And so I'm like, well, they're not really good. And so you can just kill some light tanks, maybe. Germany, they're like they're like, you can play them for the meme. They're ground attackers, but most of them aren't that great. Where is the Norval? Oh, I don't have it. So, and I haven't spaded most of them, so I wasn't gonna start.
Yeah.
Same for Britain. Like 20. So because you also have to do it at tier 3. And if I could take the 3.0 buff fighter, like, that would have been an easy wipe. But it's a tier 2, so I couldn't take it. And so I ended up doing it with the AD4, the French AD4. Because in my American tree, I'm not that far. Like, I got I'm also at the AD2. But the, what's it called? The 826. At first, when I saw them in the stat, they looked okay, but they don't have bomber sights, and they fly a lot more like bricks than what I thought looking at the stats. So that's been something I ended up doing with the AD4. And yeah, the AD4, the French rockets, the like 151 and the 141, or just 140, I can never hit anything with them. And so, and because in the game you cannot spawn the French AD4 without rockets. So if I just want the 3 bomb drops, I still have to spawn with all the rockets, dump the rockets, and that get bomb drops. Because otherwise it just the plane barely flies.
Yeah.
So.
Did you get it done then?
Yeah, I got it done. Like, it was I don't know. I think I started with the some SU6, and didn't get a lot of luck because with the SU6, I mostly rely on the like rockets with 40 kilograms of TNT, and I hope I'm just gonna dunk some open tops. And I didn't have any luck on that side, so I went with the AD4 instead, and I got more lucky. I think I also tried to play with the what's it called, the AM1.
Yeah,
The
Molar.
AM1. But I haven't spaded it, and I got unlucky with some bomb drops, and I didn't really feel like we had a connection with this plane. So I went more to something I was more accustomed to. But yeah, every time I was playing with the AD4, I was like, I could take the Corsair that's just after it, and I'd do just as well.
Yeah.
Because yeah, the Corsair is like still a better plane than the AD4, but the AD4 is like mostly supposed to be good for its carrying capacity. But like the 24 rockets, I'm never gonna hit anything with them. And carrying a 2,000-pound bomb is not really like I can do it with 1,000-pound bombs. I don't need a 3,000-pound bomb. And just the plane, just the AD4 being worse at flying makes it harder to get a nice bomb drop.
Yeah.
So I guess it's a better plane in air realistic than in ground. But,
What are you going to use to try and get the first places then for the Battle Pass stuff?
Oh yeah, so it took me until the beginning of this Fireside that someone mentioned it, and I'm already at 4 out of 7.
What are you using?
It depends. I used what did I play today? So I started with Russia at 10.0. Most of my tanks are basically stock, and I think I got 1 or 2 victories in it, or first place. Then I got something about killing with SPAA, so I used my 4.3 lineup with the BR, then EBR, then the MX13 DCA, and I was getting like I wasn't really doing good in the MX40 DCA, so now I'm at 8.3 with the MX30 DCA. And yeah, as long as you stay in the game, like getting first place isn't that hard.
For you?
Like, yeah.
It's probably hard for some other people.
It's just like
God
I don't know how many games I played today. I played what? Oh, oh yeah, I played a bit of Germany, but nothing good happened. But yeah, I think in my last 4 games of France, I got 3 first place.
Nice, so you're on the way. Do you ever do the decals for the first place stuff?
First place? I don't know. For getting first place, I got the title superior, but that was a while ago. I don't really.
The authentic decals they do every month.
Oh yeah, I don't. That's some. Wait, where are they? Oh, decals. Werewolf. No.
If you go to achievements.
Week's latest.
Yeah, week's latest. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm at 7 out of 20 intelligence for France.
Because they might be something to work on as well, right? Since you're doing everything else.
Oh, and I have 4 out of the 7 also victories in USSR at first place. Or it's just first place?
Yeah, so
okay, I can
you're already on the way.
But the thing is, I used to get the decals, then I just realized I don't use them.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm also like half the way for the German one.
Yeah, for me, even though I don't really use them, at least it's nice to collect them because it gives me something to do. And also I can, I mean, for me personally, I can like show them on stream, right, and stuff, so.
Yeah, the thing is, for me, it's just like, if I don't see the numbers, I don't want to fill up the progress bars, and if I don't want to play them, like it's more time spending on other things. Because if I see a progress bar, I'm gonna want to fill it, but that may be something that takes too much time that I would have want to play, like, put somewhere else.
Yeah, I get you.
I tried some Crossout, another gaijin game.
Yeah.
And it made me understand the importance of queue times. Because Crossout is a game where, first of all, like in War Thunder, if you try your best and you die and you can't stay in the game and you're like out of the game.
Yeah.
If you quit the game, you can relaunch and no trouble. But in Crossout, if you do your best, you die. If you quit the game, you get minimal rewards. So you have to stay until the end of the game to get your rewards. Because you get between like 20 and 30 scraps metal. But if you for playing the game, but if you quit after dying, you only get 5, and it doesn't count for the challenges, even if you did what you are supposed to do. And the worst part is that most of the queues would be like 5 minutes long, and it's like 5 minutes for a game that's gonna be 5 minutes if I survive the entire round. So that didn't really. That's really a game where I felt like there was nothing really to do, because like half the time I spent in the game was waiting in the lobby. And even once you get in the game, like over half the vehicles are AIs. So while I played a bit of it, it was fun, but the progression also seems a bit insane. Because getting like to the first stage or second stage of gear is something like, yeah, you can do it, but then it's kind of exponential. So forget something of stage 1, you need like 3 stage 0 things.
Yeah.
To get stage 2, you need 3 of the stage 1, and so like 9 of the stage 0, plus a bunch of extra resources. And then to get like stage 3, you need 3 of the stage 2, and each of them needs 3 of the stage 1, and so on and so on. And it feels like something where I'm never gonna get anywhere. Because and also I end up playing with like the same gun almost always, because like I got an autocannon, it's good, and so that's almost the only good gun I have. But while I was playing like War Thunder, like I had some variety, because even when I started like Germany, like I had my autocannon that was the same in multiple tanks, but then you still get the like Panzer 35 and 38T that have their gun, and then you quickly get the Stug, and you get a lot of variety, which is something Crossout lacks.
Yeah, I mean, all I have to do is play other games which have really bad queue times, and then I realize why BRD compression exists and why, it's not a good idea just to make it so everybody's going to be sat there for 30 minutes, because half of those people are going to leave, and then the other half's going to leave, and then the game's going to die. So it's pretty simple.
I mean, I don't know, like today I almost like pretty much every time I press play I went into a game. So I think the other big thing that was harming Crossout was the fact the games were so short. Like if I wait 5 minutes for a 20-minute game, it's okay. Like it's I'm still mostly in the game. But in Crossout, when I was waiting like 5 minutes for a 5 minutes game, it was more time spending waiting than playing. I think the other big thing in Crossout is that you have to stay in the game even after you can't play anymore. That's something that a lot of games do, and I really don't like. Because like if I'm not playing, I want to go back to playing, not watching other people play.
Yeah.
So during another video you made, you were talking about the reload rate for gunners in bombers and all.
Yes. Yeah, it was one of the past devs things. It was actually kind of interesting.
Yeah, but like for the bomber, like the German bomber, where they basically have a light machine.
Thank you for the subscription, Raz. Thank you for supporting the channel. It's very much appreciated. Thank you very much.
for a lot of the bombers we have, like you're not supposed to reload them. Like they get the ammo they have, and that's it. So I wonder why, like, you can reload the rear gunners, but like that's something that will make sense in arcade because you can also reload the main guns. But I think that's something you could also put in, like the gunners, the fact that you have the ammo you have, and if you use it all, you don't have anymore. What would you think about that?
How many? So I know a lot of guns that could be reloaded. It was just a pain to reload them, right? Like they had like extra belts and stuff like that. But I don't. I mean, sure, they could do it like that, or they could make it like all gamey, like it, it is now, where you just get reloads on them. But they could go full realistic with them if they wanted to.
Because, yeah, my thing is they already go for realistic with the offensive guns.
Yeah.
And yeah, guns like I think most of the bombers, like they just went, well, the belt is gonna be stuck there anyway, so here is all the ammo you get, and that's it. I think the plane on which it's the most it's the weirdest is the P61C1.
Right.
Because you can use your infinitely reloading gun to go ground pound.
True.
So you can ground pound and never run out of ammo. And then you still have your 20 mils if someone comes fight you. And you can get the reload pretty low because it starts at like 40 seconds or something like that. But if you put your crew skill high enough, I think you can manage to get it done in something like 20 seconds.
Mm.
So that's really, it's really weird.
I definitely think it's one of those legacy things. I can't think of a time where it ever actually got, not fixed, but it ever got changed. I can't remember the last time where the turret mechanics and the ammo mechanics ever got changed on those things. Like, since the game started.
Yeah, since you were there and since it started, like, did they introduce the game with both arcade and realistic at the same time, or how did the distinction work?
You mean when it went into like open beta?
Yeah.
Yeah, there was arcade, historical battles, and then simulator.
And historical was like realistic.
Yeah, historical battles were realistic battles. But they kind of dropped the tag after like, I don't know, a year or two, because you had historic battles and then you had alternate history battles, and now we have shit like Sweden, so historical battles don't really make a lot of sense.
Yeah. Yeah, I also saw some old videos where there was a lot more BR compression.
Oh yeah. You like HG162s versus Sabres? I know I do.
Yeah, that's something I saw, like Sabres fighting planes that I wouldn't want to be in those planes.
Nope. And also at the same time, the other thing was the queue times were like 5 to 10 minutes at those BRs. Oh, well, not BRs, but levels as they were. So you were in a terrible plane and you were waiting for 10 minutes just to get annihilated by another plane. So, yeah. Not too fun.
One of the other ideas I had was for range finding or ranging your reticle, maybe instead of having that word thing we have now, make it so that you can make it in increments of meters instead of pixels.
Yeah, that'd be quite nice.
And because sometimes when I'm like in an MBT, I like the precision I need, but if I go in something which has like lower velocity, I end up like scrolling my wheel, scrolling, and it's barely moving.
Yeah.
And if it was something like you can choose if you want it by like 10, 20, 25, or 50 meters, or like 100 meters increments.
You
I
can
think
do that
that's
somehow, right? I think there's a
don't-
way of doing that.
Is there?
I
Because the
think.
only
Yeah. So you got mouse wheel ground vehicles, and then sight distance control, and then mouse wheel multiplier. So if you screw with that, it means that you either move in lower increments or higher increments.
Yeah, but that's okay. Mouse wheel.
Like that's what you're asking for, right? Like more defined moving.
Oh wait, side distance control. Wait, so because that's not like mine works, but it's like different from tanks to tanks.
Right. Yeah, because the
And-
optics are different. Yeah.
But if I like, for example, if I get like one click of my mouse wheel, in with an APFS DS tank, it's gonna be like almost 200 meters. But if I do it in the Sherman, it's gonna be like 20 meters.
So you want it to be standardized, basically.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
And so if I do like one click, I know it's 50 meters, whatever the tank is. Because I think that's something that would help those tanks with lower velocities, other than having to swap it. But it's weird because like mine works right now, but when I typed mouse wheel control, it wasn't the thing I had configured, so I don't know where I have it now. Wait, import mes contrôles de. It's camera control. Yeah, I have no idea. Oh, yes, side distance control. It's in at the very bottom of the control vehicle. There's a side distance control.
Yeah. And then you can change
and
its
so
multiplier.
you can just so my mouse. Wait, so you have twice the same. Okay, so you have the same thing at two places different.
Yes.
And I think if you can, you can edit the axis if you got the very bottom thing. And like you have a multiplayer, a correction, relative control sensitivity, and step. You can. Oh, that's a lot of things. And I think if they,
there's a ton of controls, it's a bit confusing.
it took me a long. It took me a lot of time to get it right. But if it was just another thing for sighting, where it's instead of all the sensitivity, you can set it at set distance or set distance increments. I think that would be something easier to do.
Yeah, probably.
Oh, so there was also the patch note where they took away the thermals from machine gun views on Commander Capola.
Yeah, it was good.
And because in the patch note they talked about every tanks except the MX-30, I hope that they had forgotten about the MX-30, but they didn't forget. They just they took it out, but they forgot to say they took it out for this one. So I had a false hope.
Thank you,
Do you
Stranger.
find you generate more points more spawn points now when you play?
Yes, yeah, because they changed because of the way that I play, because I play with a lot of light vehicles and medium tanks. A lot of the ways that you can get spawn points, they increased, right? Like after the economy changes like a week ago. So yeah, I'm seeing more people get nukes. I'm seeing more people do a bunch of crazy stuff. So I wonder if we're gonna see a rebalancing again, or if they're happy with it.
I saw my first nuke ever, so it's not like it was like it's not as if nukes were something that was really changing the way I played before, because
Hippie,
like
hippie,
I'd never see
hippie and
one
goody.
until the change here, and
Yeah.
since I've only seen one, well, it's not like it's something that terribly affects my gameplay.
Yeah.
And if players can stay a bit longer in games in general, I think that's a pretty positive thing. Like, if
No, I
the
agree
games
with
can
you.
elongate a bit, it's always better.
Thank you for the subscriptions, Abzilla. Thank you for continuing to support the channel. It's very much appreciated. Thank you very much.
Yeah, when I went back in the MX-30 to test if they still had the thermal machine guns, I ended up using the Commander's Optic. And I also
I prefer realistic.
I also found that when you play with Commander's Optic, it would be nice if you had a reload indicator, like when you're a gunner. Because sometimes like just holding mouse one until the shot is fired isn't the best option, or it's not something you can do for a full reload because you want to kind of dodge or stuff like that. And when you use your Commander's Optic, you don't have that circle that fills up, and so you have to look at the very bottom of your screen. And I think if they added an option, or if they just made it standard that you also get that circle when you're in the commander's view, that would be nice.
Yeah, I think so. And I won't be surprised if next year we see a big expansion of like the commander's optic stuff and add things like that. Make it a little bit less janky.
Yeah. I also got extremely displeased by the APS on the Brennus, because I shot a Wally, and so like I was directly looking at him because I just shot him, and he just shot his missile like from 800 meters away, or I think it was a kilometer away. And on the entire flight, the APS did nothing, and it was on and all, but it just did nothing. And I was like, it's gonna kick in, it's gonna kick in, it's gonna kick in, and it didn't work.
Yeah, the APS is terrible on the Brennus.
And the thing is, like the protected sector, I don't know, it says like vertical, it's like 10 degrees, so does it mean like from -5 to +5, or from -10 to +10? I don't know.
I'm not sure.
But like, if I can directly look at a tank and it's not gonna work, like, what's the point of it? And is it supposed to be that bad? Because
to be honest with you, I have no idea. I've never looked into it. I just know in game it doesn't work.
Because like sometimes it works like surprisingly well. Like a tank I wasn't even looking at is just gonna have his missile just fly away. But sometimes when you're really expecting it to work because you're directly looking at the guy, it doesn't work. And I think is there another tank? Like there's the American tank that has one, but the one on the American one is useless because every missile you face can ignore it.
You've got the T90, the M1A1HC, and the Brennus.
Yeah, but so both T90, can the T90 face something that gets blurred by it?
Technically, but it doesn't, so...
Yeah, it's at 10.7, so it could face 9.7s, and there are 9.7s that can be... Yeah.
Mhm.
Well, yeah, in any case, it's I think the Brennus is the only tank where like you can see if it works or not, because it's in the middle of all the BMPs, Backlight Panzer, and Marders and stuff like that, and most of the time it just doesn't work. And I think that's the only tank where we can see if it works or not, or like how it's intended to.
Yeah.
Because on an Abrams, you're never like, if you get shot by the missile, well, it didn't work, but it wasn't supposed to work. So if you end up in a vehicle where it's put in, but it never works because it's never supposed to work, like you're not gonna test anything on it, or you're not gonna improve it if there's a problem.
Yeah, that's very true. I wonder if it is bugged, or they know about an issue, or if there even is an issue. Like I have no idea. Like for me, I know the cone of impact is so small that it's completely useless. So
It says 10-degree vertical and 20 horizontal.
yeah, exactly. Which is tiny.
Well, that's like generally be in front of the turret, so like if it's 20 degrees left and 20 degrees right, and it's like a total of 40 degrees, like then it would be okay. And I feel it's supposed to be like that, because sometimes there are guys like that I really wasn't looking at that had their missile bounce off. But if it's like 10 degrees to one side and 10 degrees to the other for a total of 20, then it would be like really useless, unless you're directly looking at the guy. The APS, the rail one, is also supposed to work in two ways, where it's more focused when you're stopped, but when you're moving around, it's supposed to be like pulsating and having like a wider area of effect. So maybe there's a bit of that.
We're coming to the end of the 30 minutes.
Okay.
Do you have anything else that you want to chat about?
Well, I'm just gonna finish on that and say that France has like 3 other tanks that use this system that they're maybe gonna add at some point. So maybe we're gonna see it fixed once you have an entire lineup of tanks with it on their tanks and none of them work.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Hopefully they work.
Well, it was nice talking to you, and have a nice stream.
Always a pleasure, Vario. I'll see you next time.
Goodbye.
Alright, that was Vario, our French correspondent, and now it is time for Pinoy. So let's get Pinoy on, see what he wants to chat about today, and what is going on. Hello, Pinoy. How are we?
I'm doing well. How about yourself, Tech?
I'm doing okay. I'm just playing one of the struggle buses, so not great.
I see. I'm trying to watch this stream as well. Anyway, besides talking about the usual stuff, maybe I'll go into a little War Thunder, even though I haven't played the game in a while. More like the other things made by content creators. Like, I don't know if you heard about that one Korean guy who makes all the vehicles into Mo characters. I think his name is Daebon.
What? Wait, what does he do?
Alright, so basically he's an artist, and he makes the tank, like the vehicles into Mo, particularly the tanks. The
Makes
most
them
recent one
into
that
what do you mean? Like Mo?
Mo characters, basically anime girls.
Oh, okay. All right.
I know, it's pretty weird. I mean,
Fair
the most
enough.
recent one I saw from him was the Calliope, and then I'm like, all right, it gets to the end, it's like, why is she crying? And then it cuts to like a scene where the Calliope just gets blown, like ammo racked from the rockets or something, and then follows just like a little anime crying noises. I'm like, what's this doing on my YouTube feed?
Do you have
I
like
don't
a
know.
link to this? Or like,
Okay,
so
I'll give a link. Yeah,
just to see
sure.
what the. I've never heard of this before.
Yeah,
Jesus
that's
Christ.
All right, I posted it in the Twitch chat. So yeah, take your time watching it. But in the meantime, wait, hold on. Let me just look at the stream
All right.
because I
Well,
think there's like
what was your like? Well, there's not a very long delay today. But why are you? Oh, I think I can share my screen with you if.
I mean, there's like a little 15-second delay on your stream.
Yeah. Oh, I don't think I can share screen in this lobby.
It's all right.
Yeah, but anyway, so like, there's nothing lewd in this, is there?
No, not exactly. I mean, it's just
That
a
doesn't
fast
give me
growing
hope. Not exactly.
I mean, it's on YouTube, so I think someone would have reported it for nudity, but hey, people get. I don't know what YouTube does these days.
So this guy draws tanks as anime characters.
Yes, apparently so, because it's just. I just found this on my feed one day. I'm like, I don't play with them anymore. What's this guy doing here? I mean, I'm like, I'm just curious.
Yeah, I've literally never heard of this, and this, I suppose, it's art. I don't fucking know.
I don't know either, man. We'll just get this over with out of the way and then talk about Enlisted and I don't know, Call to Arms or / Metaphor Assault Squad 2.
What the fuck is this? God damn it, dude. Now my recommender is gonna be filled with absolute crazy shit. Jesus fucking Christ, this gets a lot of views. God damn it. So many weebs. So many weebs.
I know. I'm just like, okay, sure, whatever.
God damn it, dude.
Alright. About the Enlisted update, apparently they buffed flamethrowers.
Again?
But even, like, I think they're now wearing asbestos suits because now you won't get burned as much, but I haven't tested it yet because I'm suffering from like a little headache because I got a booster shot yesterday, so yeah.
Oh, like the flamethrower troops get a... The flamethrower troops now take even less damage from flames? Didn't they already do that?
I think they did, but I haven't noticed a difference before because I'm just like, burn, like, and then 3 seconds later, why am I on fire? How did I inflict a flame on myself? Like, bruh.
Yeah, I don't know. I really think flamethrowers are still useless. Like they would have to do some insane buffs to the unit for them to be useful, in my opinion.
The only good flamethrower is the M2, because unlike its M1 predecessor, which I like to call it the pesticide sprayer, at least it actually shoots it shoots farther.
Yeah, B, how you doing?
So like you could just be like 20 meters away from your target and still get them without risking burning yourself.
But that thing's like, what level is it? It's like fucking like level 25 or some shit.
Yeah, 25.
Yeah.
I mean, I was crazy enough to max out Normandy allies. I don't go back there anymore because of the FG42s, man.
Oh, I don't blame you. And also the Panthers and everything, right? Like
Yeah, I'm just like, it's so buffed out. I think they should add like an automatic rifleman class to counter the FG42s were because didn't they make like 7,000 of them for the Fallschirmjägers?
I don't know how many they made, but yeah,
Yeah,
I know that they
fair
were
enough.
quite prevalent.
Yeah, they were primarily for their best units, like the Fallschirmjägers, but it's kind of weird seeing like regular infantry
Seeing
Wehrmacht
them
units.
everywhere. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get what you mean. Like it's they're a little bit widespread, and that's why they've got to be super careful what they give to riflemen, right? Because they're going to be the basis
Yeah.
of most squads.
Yeah. I mean,
Oh,
I
God.
kind of like fit. Like whenever I play Axis Normandy, I just try to fit whatever I can. I'm just like, I'm not gonna be one of those guys because I'm already killing the fun in this campaign as the allies with my P-47 spam.
True. Well, so you obviously saw the news about the campaign stuff for Enlisted. What do you think they're gonna do with it? Like, what are your ideas for that stuff? Because they said they're gonna do more World War II stuff, right?
Yeah, they're gonna do more World War II stuff, but I think they should start like, instead of making like separate battle campaigns, they do go by years. Like, there's really no difference between 1944 Normandy and then like 1944 1945 Battle of the Bulge. Like, you're not expecting a huge difference. Like, they should just like converge those two and then have like, separate battles into the map pool.
Mm.
I mean, that's just that's just, one campaign in itself. And then for probably Tunisia, it should really be recalled the Mediterranean Theater. I mean, North Africa seems alright if you include like 1942 El Alamein and then Tunisia, and then it's probably ended in Sicily or something. These are just my thoughts.
Yeah, they could definitely do that stuff, and it would make sense if stuff like the Jumbo got into the Normandy campaign if they're gonna expand stuff like that. For me, I don't want there to be like 6 to 8 like different campaigns, and I have to grind out the same shit over and over and over
It's
again.
already annoying as it
Yeah,
is.
exactly.
Like, from other content creators like Freeman, obviously, and then another one named Hey Quadro. Like, they're probably suggesting that the Tiger 1 might be coming to Tunisia because of how weak the Italians the current state of Italy
That would be
in the
really
campaign.
fucking dumb. Freeman's saying it because he likes overpowered shit. I don't know why Quadro's saying it, because it's a very stupid idea to put that into the game.
I'm kind of mixed about it because it was historically there and it fought the Churchills. I mean, that's how the British managed to capture Tiger 131. It was because they shot underneath the turret and then like the turret just jammed and the tank crew just somehow just abandoned it, taking their wounded with them. So
Yeah, true. But most of the time in North Africa, it wasn't just tank on tank engagement, because the British realized very early on that they were getting outranged, and yeah, it was. Yeah, especially on the battles that we're looking at in the game, it wouldn't just be tank on tank stuff.
yeah, that's true.
So, if in order for that to work, you'd need to add all the anti-tank equipment the British had, which we don't. So I don't know
Yeah,
how you
we
do it.
don't.
Yeah.
And it's especially hard to get more engineers anyway. Like, hopefully they implement where you have to get 25 EXP just to get 1 silver order soon. I mean, I don't know
man.
about that campaign. It just seems kind of dry for me, even though I just feel like suffering as the Italians since I'm a sick masochist. Ugh. All right, let's go end
Oh, do you mean
with
like Tunisia? Like you're just sick of it?
Tunisia.
Or yeah, you just don't
I
like
mean,
playing it?
yeah, I mean, it's just like, what is it these days? Like, whatever I roll into a match, it's like 80% destruction mode. Like,
Yeah.
come on.
Yeah, that's fair. They've definitely been pumping out a lot of destruction, unfortunately.
I mean, alright. I guess we could probably end with Call to Arms or Men of War Assault Squad.
Oh, did you see the
Alright.
trailer?
The trailer?
Mmm.
No.
Men of War
What about
2.
Men of War 2? Not
Yeah.
like what? Let me
Here, I'm
look
gonna have
this
to
up.
find it. Dog posted it yesterday.
Men of War 2 on Steam 22 hours ago.
Yeah, Men of War 2 official reveal trailer. Are you ready? I know I am.
Then oh, I'm a little laggy on your end. Hold on.
But
Wait,
yeah,
what were you saying?
Men of War 2, like it's coming. Simple as really. Like
I just hope that the dialogue is better like in the actual first game, not like the DLC Origins one. Because I bought that for
Yeah.
like $2 and I played the first mission. I'm like, the dialogue in this game sucks.
I
It's not like
know.
the first. It's not like the first one. It's like, okay, Captain, armor like that will take us all the way to Berlin. He just says it plainly. I'm
Hey,
like,
Wilson.
bruh, that's like the best line in the first mission.
Yeah, for me, like that's what makes Men of War though. The really shitty voice acting and the realistic controls. I don't know.
Yeah.
I like it.
I like it too. Like when I heard it in the DLC, like Origins, I'm like, this is really terrible. Like, yeah, the graphics are great, but who gives a shit about that?
Yeah, I need to play through
Uh,
Origins again, actually.
I still have to finish it through because I mean, I did buy it for like I bought Iron Fist and Origins for $4 total because daily sale. All I'm missing is Ostfront, but I'm like, I already got Call to Arms Ostfront. That's so much better anyway.
Yeah, you don't need Ostfront, and yeah, it's most of the DLCs from Men of War you don't really need.
The
Like
only
in
one that you
general.
actually should get though is probably Airborne. Like how dare they put bot like, hey, you want to play against bots? You gotta pay this much money, and by buying this DLC, like, why didn't it come with the base game?
Wait, you can't play with bots outside of that?
Yeah, you have to buy the Airborne DLC.
Oh, fair enough. I didn't know that. Yeah, that kind of sucks.
Yeah, that's just like, bruh. Alright. And finally, Call to Arms. Like, I know how much you did not like that one mission. Like, what was it called? Unbroken? Where
Well, the
you were
one where it
playing with.
gives you 6 troops and takes you to take on an army? Yeah, really fun.
Oh, I faced worse. There's like a German mission similar to that. Oh, you're given 6 troops and you have to infiltrate a ski resort and then proceed to hold it against a whole army.
Yeah, I don't.
Worst part.
Whoever fucking made that game, like, they got the difficulty slider wrong. Like, that's all I'm saying.
They did.
Because we're playing it on medium, and on the Men of War missions, I can complete them on medium. I can complete them on the harder stuff as well.
Yeah.
But I have to, like, play properly and stuff. On these missions, I feel like it's just down to luck. Like, if you're have you completed any of these missions, like, on your first playthrough through them?
Does
You know what I mean?
does save scumming count? No, I'm kidding. First try.
Yeah, first try. Yeah.
First try without saving. Well, not
Yeah,
really.
without quick loading or whatever, right?
Except Operation Bustard Hunt. I finished that like decently well. Like last line, when the tanks come in, I still controlled like majority of the last line.
Yeah.
But I had no medics. Because apparently the second line gave me, oh hey, we see that you don't have any troops. So we're just gonna give you all these medics instead. I'm like, what am I gonna do with them? Man the guns. So as a result, they all died
Yeah,
because
they didn't
and
have
I'm forced to
guns.
be like, yeah, all the field guns got blown up, so they couldn't even be picked up. I'm like, what the heck is this?
Yeah, the 2 missions I've been able to do, the first one that you get, whatever it's called,
Yeah.
and then that one as well. The rest of them, it's
Yeah.
like, I feel like there's no way I could do these, like, just firsthand without,
Yeah.
as you said, save scumming or anything like that. And in co-op, you can't save scum, so yeah. I feel like with those missions, at least Freeman and I, we're gonna have to play through them off stream and then try them on stream. Because because of the fact, like, you have those situations where it's like, oh, looks like you lose, because you didn't know something was coming. Like, there's too much of that shit in that game.
Honestly, you might struggle with Winter Storm, which is the 5th mission, but once you understand how it works, it actually is an easy mission. Like, I finished it on heroic on my second playthrough, but I didn't save scum.
Yeah.
Because like you knew what was coming, like you knew how to, you know what to steal and how to steal it.
Yeah.
And then you knew where they were coming from. Yeah, it's unfortunate that it's something like that. You kind of wish that you're like, I shouldn't be doing this. Like, I hope I get this over on your first try.
Yeah.
It's that feeling. Like, yeah, I didn't need to go back and play it again knowing where they came from. I just used intuition.
Well, yeah, like, I feel like the missions themselves are technically not that hard. Yeah, they throw ridiculous amounts of units at you, but, like, you can deal with that. The problem is just the random stuff it throws at you. Like, oh, well, here's a random event that we're not going to tell you about, and you've lost half your troops. Oh, here's another random event that comes in, and now you've lost like a quarter of your remaining troops. How are you going to deal with this? And it's like, well, I'm not, because I didn't plan for this, because there's no fucking way to plan for it. So, like, yeah, pain, man.
Like, bro, yeah, it's so painful.
Yeah.
Like, there's only like 2 missions, like one in each of the campaigns, where it's just like, you know, your typical of war assault squad mission where you just waste points and then you get more points by, you know, killing units and then using those points again to spawn more units. There's 2 of those. I mean,
thank you for the subscription, Abby. Thank you for continuing to support the channel. It's very much appreciated. Thank you very much.
I'm getting kind of sick of playing these stealth-like missions, and then like even though you're not playing with Fog of War, like your guys like, oh, I don't see this guy, so I'm just like, is this where the binoculars are supposed to come in?
Have you ever tried it with Fog of War on?
I should though. I haven't yet. But...
So for me, when I'm playing alone, I always play with Fog of War on. In Men of War games, especially the first time I play through them. So because technically it's the harder way to do it, right? So it means that I can like get used to what's coming, and then maybe if I do it without Fog of War on, then it'll be easier. But these missions, some of them are like just impossible, because, well, they're probably not impossible, but they've done so many balance fixes to it, showing that it's ridiculous what goes on. But the fact is the enemy AI outrange you. Like, they see you first, and they can shoot you, and your guys can't shoot them, even if they have the same guns. So
it's so dumb. I'm just like, what?
So what the fuck are you supposed to do? You just, sorry, you lose. Unlucky. Like, it's so fucking annoying.
Like, I understand if it's on heroic, but I'm just like, this is on normal. What the heck?
Yeah, exactly. Like, it's just like demoralizing. Like, is the way that I would put it.
Hello there.
But I'll get through it. Like, and the game itself is very fun to play. Like, the other parts of it are awesome. It's just I wish these ones were a little bit more fair, is probably the way I'd put it.
Yeah.
So I don't
get
feel
you.
like it's fair right now.
I mean, I've also been looking into the Valor mod, and I'm just like, oh, it's nice how they add these other nations like the U.S., Japan, Poland, Great Britain, and France.
Oh, there's a Valor mod for this one too, no?
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, you probably should look into it whenever you have the chance.
Yeah, will do. I didn't realize like the modding scene was big for it yet or not. Because I know it'll get there, I just don't know if it was there yet, you know?
Oh, I get you. Alright, I think that's it for me.
Alright, brother. Well, it's always nice chatting, man. Hopefully you're doing alright.
Yeah, same
Hopefully you're
with
doing
you.
alright and all that.
Alright, guys, this is Pinoy Ricochet from what Freeman calls Amalikov, and I'm heading out. Alright, later.
See you later, man. Oh, come on. Up. Alright, so the next person we have on, let's see. The next person we have on is Urist, but Urist can't request because he's a mod, so he basically has to ping himself in, is how it works. Yep. How are you doing, Urist? How's life?
I'm doing quite well, thank you.
Lovely
and I thought
stuff.
I'd come on today and have a chat about certain things in War Thunder. I have a couple of things I wanted to talk about, but I think we could start off by talking about RRBBRs and how the game is played between 8.7 and like 10.0.
Yeah, it's a little bit rough, not gonna lie.
Because basically I've I play a lot. If you talk to me about it on the Discord before, you'd probably know. But I play a lot of arcade, right? But yeah. I took to playing air realistic because I like how the planes control better in air realistic. But when I'd first joined the game, I'd started out ages ago, back in like 2015 or whatever, when I first was playing the game, playing air arcade, and then I didn't play any air for years. And then last year I started playing more air, and I had gotten up to, like, I'd researched in a couple of the trees up to quite high tier, but I did a decent chunk of that grinding using premiums, and I didn't like spade any of the vehicles. But I decided that I wanted to start playing some of the vehicles I'd unlocked for two reasons. One, they're quite cool historical planes, and I wanted to fly them. And two, also, top tier premiums are expensive, man. So, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So I decided that it was a good time for me to figure out how to like actually play the planes I had. And so for a while I'd been playing like lower BR like jets, and I'd been playing all the props and stuff. And I was quite confident in props. Thought I was okay in props.
Yeah.
And then I was sort of alright in my I was feeling more confident in the beginning jets, you know, like the Kicker and like the Vampire. And so I was like, well, maybe I'm feeling well enough to start going a little bit higher than that, right? And so I started playing the F-86 F-30 in the Japanese tree, and it wasn't that bad. I thought it was quite fun. In fact, I had a good time playing it. I had a 66% win rate in it, and it was all like going pretty well, right? And then I was like, we'll continue this streak of success by playing the F-86 F-40, right?
Yeah.
And I'll get back to my experience on that in a second, but I played that, and then after I played and spaded that, I was like, that's pretty good. I feel like I'll go and play some of my German planes now, because I've been playing these two Sabres, and I decided, well, I'll play my Canada Air Sabres in Germany. and so I played the CL13A, and I spaded that, and but actually, sorry, before that, I actually spaded my Saber Dog in Germany, and then I played the CL13A, and then I decided to start on my CL13B, and I haven't quite finished my CL13B yet. But what I wanted to talk about was, I feel now, I heard a lot of stuff on like Reddit posts and like other things that have been linked on the Discord about this BR range.
Yeah.
And I feel that now I've experienced it more, I think that I could probably actually understand more what was going on and could actually like comment on it than before, because I was like, wow, that sounds terrible. But I played it, and I honestly didn't think parts of it were that bad, right? So I played. I had a really good time playing the Canada Air Sabres, which I really wasn't expecting, because they are higher BR than the other Sabres I'd played, and I was like, well, this will be really rough.
Yeah.
But it actually wasn't, which I was quite surprised around, or I was quite surprised about. And I felt that actually their BR is somewhat deserved, right?
Right.
I felt that I actually felt they were better in some ways when I was up tiered than when I was down tiered, which sounds very strange. And
Yeah.
it's because I think when I was playing them, I was running into a lot of people who were playing like quite fast jets that didn't have the top tier like missiles, and because the Saber turns so well, you can sort of catch them, and they might make a mistake and start like turning after you or whatever, and then you could turn and get them.
Yeah.
But I started thinking about it more deeply, and I was like, well, that makes sense, but I'm kind of split now on whether I think they should be there or not. Because I had those experiences where I would like fight people in like MiG-21s or like F-4Cs, and they would be really stupid. And it was actually like not terribly uncommon for people to just completely engage me in the wrong way, which is why I've got in at this point I had, when I was spading it, I got up to a 70% win rate in the CL13A.
Yeah.
And it's gone down a bit now, but it's still above 60.
It's crazy. Isn't
it is. But I was thinking, I was like, this isn't really on the plane's merits, though. Like, the plane turns really well, right? But this is more on those players failing to understand how they play their plane, right? And there were other things that also gave me pause, and that was, there were some matches where I would spawn in, and we'd spawn in on a really big map because it was like an up tier for the really fast jets.
Yeah.
And it would get to the point where I would fly in my Saber, and the match would be over before I even got into the engagement, right? Because our team would fly so fast to there, kill their entire team, and just as I arrived at where the battle should be happening, everyone was dead.
Yeah.
And this happened multiple times.
I'm
and I was
having
thinking,
the same issue right now in the A29.
Yeah, and I was thinking, I was like, how can you balance a plane like the Saber here? Because if we put it down in BR, back down, it's the better one out of all of its peers at that sort of BR range. But if you put it up, as long as the enemy pilot knows what they're doing, you can't really do anything, right?
No,
Like-
you can just run them out of fuel, basically, which is
Yeah.
not very fun.
It's really not. I mean, it's really hard, I think, to balance a plane like that where your performance is not based on what, or not solely based on what you do.
Yeah,
Right?
you're not in control, basically.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Because there were times where, like, if there was someone who played their SU7 or their another one that was really annoying, A5s, right?
Yep.
If they played those correctly and not in a massively, like, how many brain cells do you have kind of way, right?
Yeah.
Then I couldn't touch them
Mhm.
because they could just break away from the engagement and not engage in a turn fight, and they would be gone.
Yep.
And although I think A9Bs are really bad and they're basically obsolete, because even if you have AIM-9Bs, they're so easy to dodge that if you're in a plane that is that slow, comparatively speaking,
Yeah.
to those people, you just can't do anything.
No.
And so I don't understand how you could balance this, quote, correctly, right?
You can't, which is
Yeah.
why they're at the BR that they're at. The way that you balance it correctly, supposedly, is by adding more vehicles in that BR bracket.
Yeah.
But then the question comes, what vehicles do you add? Because
Exactly.
at least for me, I don't know many, you know.
Yeah, because it was so annoying when, like, there'd be an F-104 and the guy in it actually knew what he's doing, and he
Yeah.
couldn't hit me, right?
Mhm.
But at the same time, I couldn't hit him either
Yeah.
because, you know, he's so fast, and by the time you turn, he's gone, right?
Yeah.
And so it's like, that was incredibly frustrating. Though overall, I think I have to give credit where credit's due, and a lot of the teams I got when I was playing, like, the Canadair Sabres were pretty
Yeah.
good. I mean, not all of them, but I think they were generally, or it felt like they were of at least comparable quality, if not better, than the enemy teams that we were facing.
Yeah.
So I think that helped it a bit. But, actually, I just thought of another thing. This is another thing that I'll talk about, right? And I remembered now, I was in a fight, in a battle, in my Canadair Sabre CL-13A.
Yeah.
And there was a guy in a MiG-21, and he was like the second to last guy on their team, or like third to last guy, and they'd been gone for minutes, and so I'd been ground pounding, and like shooting, the ground targets.
Yeah.
And I had no ammo left. I'd used my last of my ammo when this guy showed up, and I was like, oh no, what am I gonna do? And I had a dogfight with him where I managed to cause him to crash, even though I posed literally no threat to him whatsoever. Right? As you see, this is what I mean by how brain dead some of the people I was facing were, because that guy, he was faster than me. He had ammo. He had AAMs. All he had to do to get me, I was so screwed, is pull away and re-engage. Right?
Mhm.
And maybe I would have dodged him, but then he could have done it again. And he could
Yeah.
have done it until I died. But he didn't do that. He decided he would turn with me to the point where he was so slow, he stalled and fell out of the sky. Right? I'm not kidding.
Yeah.
That happened. And
Yeah.
I was like, did I stopped when that happened, and I was just thinking to myself, did that really just happen? Right? Did a guy, how? And he was in a MiG-21 SPSK, right? And I was like, this is why this plane isn't completely intolerable to play.
Pretty much,
If-
yeah.
If these people knew what they were doing, this plane would be absolutely trash. It would be
Yeah.
terrible. But they don't, so it was actually fine, I guess. But it was just so weird. So what I really wanted to ask was, I know you'd also been playing, because of your video, from like maybe a month ago or like a few weeks ago, you'd also been playing this sort of BR bracket. And I kind of wanted to hear what your thoughts on the situation were. Like, any more, now that I've said that, like, are there any other things that you might have left out of that video, or any other?
No, I think you're completely right. The attributes of the planes are actually now secondary to the brain of the player, and I found this a lot when I was playing the AC-38 specifically, because the AC-38, I played the tech tree one, the AC-38M, and it's 9.7, so it's the same BR as the Harriers. It's the same BR, or nearly the same BR as the F4C, and it's nearly the same BR as all of those crazy premiums like the J35s, right? And the MiG-21 SPSs. So I faced a lot of them, and there are situations where I can see this player has no idea what they're doing, but they can still kill me because I can't do anything against it. And all I think about in those moments are, what if an actually good player uses this vehicle, right? And then it made me remember certain vehicles that I was playing during like the events. Like the Q5, right? The vehicle which has been basically panned by everybody I can think of. I went 123 kills in the Q5A and 13 deaths.
Jesus.
And then in the Q5 early, 105 kills, 11 deaths. Over 60% win rate with both of them, right? And it's just because they're fast, and you don't turn fight with them. That's all you got to do. And I played the J7 which is, it's basically the F13, right? The MiG-21.
Yeah.
Did that like, what was it, a week ago or something? And once again, the same idea, 80 kills, 25 deaths, 57% win rate.
Yeah.
And there is a real problem at these BRs where you've got vehicles which are insane, but they're piloted by animals. And because of that, they're not going to move in BR. But when you do get that, like, one or two people who really know how to
like
use
that
the
one
damn
guy
things,
who like has played it for 10,000 hours
Yeah,
or something.
exactly.
He knows everything.
Yeah, and there's nothing you can do against them. Especially some of these new premiums they put in, like a
Like the
J35,
J35A, yeah.
or the MiG-21 SPS.
Yeah.
Like I've seen literal baboons play the J35, and I still can't do anything against them because of how they fly.
I was just thinking, I was like, when I was playing the
Hey, Mr. Spicy Wings.
CL13B Mark 6, I was like, that J35 is the same BR as me, right?
Yeah.
I was like, oh.
Yeah, it's nuts,
How
right?
is this possible? Oh, and I was just thinking, because I got into a decent number of dogfights with a couple of these J35s, and I really didn't want to, but I was forced to, because I was like, their performance is so good, right?
Yeah.
I can maybe outdo them in one category out of like all of the different performance stats, right?
Yeah.
And I was like, if I meet someone who knows what I'm dead, right? I can do literally nothing.
Yeah.
And so that's the only thing that makes these planes even tolerable to play. Is just that the people who are playing opposing you have no idea what they're doing at all.
Yeah, pretty much.
Right? And I was like, I guess Gaijin's using brain as a balancing factor now. Like,
But they're basically using player stats, right? And if most of the people you see playing a vehicle are brain dead, then the player stats are going to be lower than they should be. But then let's say they go, okay, well, let's throw that out the window and then up BR it. Those same people are still going to play it, and it's going to do even worse. So, what do you do in that scenario?
Yeah, like all these premiums that you can buy immediately.
Yeah.
And you can get them even if you're like level 1, right? Nothing against people who play the game at level 1. Everyone starts at level 1, right? But it's just, it must suck for that person who buys the J35 because they see people like we are right now being like, that plane is really great. You know, it's so good. It should be increased in BR. And they're like, oh, well, perfect.
Yeah.
Right? Like, I am, you know, I suck, kind of, or I haven't played the game for that long. So I'll play a plane that's really good to make up for my lack of knowledge, but that's not how it works.
Yeah.
Right?
Hello there.
At least not in Air RB. I think it might be. I think it is suppressed, that factor, at least a little bit in ground modes. Because there's less stuff that can sort of go wrong in ground.
Yeah, I think so, yeah. Yeah, the people can't just appear behind you and missile you at the in top tier ground. Yeah.
So I think it's just, or maybe I should say instead of suppressed, it's more, it's exacerbated by the fact that you're playing a plane. And I was just like, Jesus. Like, I haven't. So yeah, I thought that
Hello there.
these planes, I was like, I understand why they're at this BR now. I don't think that like their actual flight characteristics justify them being where they are. But like, what are you gonna do?
Yeah, I agree with you, and at least for me, there are other vehicles that definitely don't justify their BR at all with their flight characteristics, but they have the opposite problem, where the only people playing them are crazy people like us, who have played the game for a long time and want to play them. So like stuff like the CL13s, or for me the big one is the Sabre, the F40 at 9.3. That thing should not be there. It gets outperformed by a MiG-17. But yeah, it's got sidewinders, so
I say that.
Know. But yeah,
But I still got like almost 60% win rate on it. So
yeah, exactly. Yeah, like I think I spaded my Chinese one. Yeah, I'll have a look. Like my Chinese one, and I hated every moment I played it. And I went 79 kills, 34 deaths, 62% win rate.
Yep.
And I hated it. It wasn't fun to play.
I was playing the Japanese one, and I was like, man, this sucks.
Yeah, exactly.
Even the matches, you know, even when I was winning games, I was like, I hate this. This is awful.
Yeah.
But
like
I
don't know. I don't even know what you can do about it. Like that's the thing. The way to sort it is to ban everybody who uses the premiums and make people grind through the tech trees. But they're obviously not going to do that because that would be very stupid. Or don't make the premiums in the first place. That could also be another thing. But once again, ship has sailed.
You see, when those AIM 9Bs as well on the F86 F40.
Yeah.
I take them into battle now, but not to shoot down players, right? Because personally, I think they're worthless. I think they're absolutely, like, they make your plane's performance worse, and they provide no benefit whatsoever.
Pretty much, yeah. They're not.
So all I do is I use them to shoot down the flying AIs, so they don't dodge, right? And I'm like, well, that saves some cannon ammo for ground pounding later, when inevitably my max up tier now has led to the entire enemy team, except one guy who forgot to take off, died before I even got to the combat area again.
I mean, for me, what I use them for is to slow people down. So,
yeah, that works too. Yeah.
So just to like make them turn, so I can get on them.
Yeah, you fire like against maybe like a phantom, and then he does a turn to dodge it, and you're like, well, you just lost half your airspeed, buddy. Like...
Yeah, exactly. Like that. That's pretty much, at least for me, that's why I use them. Doesn't always work, but it's better than wasting them.
I agree. But those matches where everyone died before I got to combat zone, they were the absolute worst. Because I was like, well, I've just wasted my time. You know, I took the time to queue. I took the like minute or so to fly to combat area, and now there's nothing. Everyone's dead. right?
Yeah.
I was like, what a waste. Well, I'm glad we could talk about that. There is a couple of other things that I thought, if we have the time, that I could
Yeah,
touch
go
on.
ahead. It's like 10 more minutes.
What do you think about the implementation of in-game challenges and achievements?
Do you mean just in general?
Well, I think, yeah. What? And I'm not talking about like Steam achievements, like trophies.
Yeah.
I'm talking about stuff like Invincible T-34 Tankman, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
What do you think about them? Because I think they're a good idea in principle, but I think either like the rewards are too low or they don't make sense when some of them are appropriate. Right?
Yeah, I think they're a really cool idea, but I've never paid attention to them. They just, I just unlock them as I go, right?
Yeah.
Like that's the thing. And
maybe they should show up on your profile somewhere.
Well, like achievements unlocked or something, like out of so many.
Like if you look at someone's player card, maybe you could have like a little symbol, or like maybe if Gaijin ever implements that prestige system we want, you could also shove in something like this, where it's like symbols showing how many challenges you've done.
How long have you been level 100 now? It's been like
so long.
5 or 6 years.
Ages, yeah.
So they're ridiculous, yeah.
And yeah, it doesn't make sense at all, because stuff like Invincible, like whatever Tankman or something like that, it doesn't make sense. So for the highest grade of, I'm just using this as an example, Invincible KV Tankman 3, which is the highest level Invincible KV Tankman in the Russian, you need to win 300 missions, right? Which isn't that bad, right? Or actually, no. Let me choose a different one.
Is that just in like any KVs?
Yeah, any KVs.
Yeah.
But let me change that, because I think this is a more apt example. Let's
Right.
go with KV Ace Tankman, which is players defeated. You need to defeat 300 players in any KV tank, right? Doesn't matter what it is, just KV tank. Defeat 300 players, and then you get the maximum rank, which is KV Ace Tankman 3.
Yeah.
You get a reward of 10,000 silver lions and 500 like stored research, convertible RP, right?
Yeah.
And then it's like, okay, fair enough. You don't want to give too high rewards, because then, I mean, you can only do them once.
Yeah.
I think more than 10,000 would be appropriate, because it's a one-time thing. And then I look down in the Soviet one, and you get to IL-2 Gunner 3, right? This is the players defeated one for the IL-2s. Any IL-2, but it's not 300 players defeated, it's 30. And you have the same reward.
Do you have to use the gunner though? Like the turret gunner?
Nope.
No, you just have to shoot things?
You just have to shoot things.
Okay.
And there's another one, which is IL-2 Attacker 3, which is ground and water units destroyed. And they're not player ground and water units, it doesn't say that. And you also only have to kill 30, and it gives you the same reward. In what universe, guys, does it make sense to give people the same reward for shooting 30 AI ground or water targets in an IL-2 than it does to get 300 kills in any KV tank?
Yeah.
Like, why is it like this?
That's funny, yeah.
It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, oh my god. I bet you there's a ton more examples of just ridiculous
There are so
stuff.
many.
Yeah.
And some of them as well, some of them give like pretty good rewards. Like, you know, you can get, if you win 5,000 missions, you get 500,000 silver lions and 250,000 convertible RP, right? That's a pretty good reward, I feel, for winning 5,000 missions. Maybe a bit more, because 5,000 is quite a lot of missions, but, you know, fair enough. Whatever. However they want to balance it. And you have other ones that are worthwhile, like quite a few of the advancement ones. They're okay. Or not the advancement ones. Sorry. Oh no. So only the stars are higher. That's the things you get for leveling up your profile.
Yeah.
So when you get to level 100, you get a reward of 1 million silver lions. Pretty good, fairly good. Not too much, I think, not too little, right? But then, and this is where it doesn't make any sense to me, there are also achievements called worldwide fame and worldwide fame ground forces, right? And they are for obtaining access to the maximum rank in the development branches of all countries' ground forces and all countries' air forces, respectively, right? And it doesn't make any sense. How come for getting max rank, which is now rank 7 for both ground and air, you, in every country, which they are constantly adding more of, by the way, so this keeps getting harder.
Yeah.
How come the maximum reward for that is 175,000 silver lions and not more than 1 million? You cannot tell me it is easier to do that than to get to level 100 in the game. That is a flat-out lie, right? Like, my God. And it even also gives you less convertible RP, which isn't an amazing reward in my opinion, but all right, whatever. It's like, no, and it's not even like I'm reading this wrong, and it's 175,000 for a phase that you achieve, right? Maybe if it was like achieve max rank in 1, and then you get like an amount, and then achieve max rank in 2, and then you get another amount. No, it's only gotten when you get max rank in all 9. So you have to get maximum rank in all 9, and you get 170. That's in ground forces, and you get 179,000. And then it's actually even worse for aircraft because you don't get 175,000. You get 150,000. What a joke is this? Are you? Oh, my goodness.
Oh, that's wonderful.
And I was like. Oh. You could do so much with this, right? If you incorporated these into like a prestige system, you could see them on your profile maybe.
Yeah.
People could be like, oh, look, I have worldwide fame. I have gotten all 9 air forces up to rank 7. All 9 ground forces up to rank 7, or at least the max rank for each one of them, right? That, imagine how cool that would be if you could put that on your profile and it would show to other players, right? That's a really big achievement, right? But first of all, no, you can't do that. It's hidden in a menu that most people in the game have probably never even opened. And B, the reward is absolutely pitiful.
That reward is terrible. I didn't realize it was that bad.
It's so bad.
That is so
right?
bad. That's like, what, 1/10 of the cost of a rank 7 vehicle? Like,
yeah.
What is the
I'd just like to point out that the achievement for getting a rank 7 vehicle gives you 500,000. 500,000! Right? And you can get that more than once. Why is it like this?
Oh, I don't know. I hope in the future they restructure the profile stuff, because
I really do.
At the moment, it's not up to par, I think is probably the way to put it.
There's so much wasted potential.
Yeah.
Right? Like, it could be so good. We were this close to having a really nice profile system. And all the building blocks are there as well. Right? They could definitely implement this in maybe not next patch, but the patch after if they wanted to. Right?
Yeah. I'm hoping
but
they do.
Won't. I really hope they do, because they've all been about longevity and about making players come back to keep playing. That's why we have the battle pass, right?
Mm-hmm.
And this is just another way to do that. This is just another way. You get, I don't know. I think Gaijin really misses some stuff sometimes. I mean, they do a pretty good job generally, but it's like, other times, it's like, please, guys.
Yeah, I think
This is in line with your own goals. We're literally handing it to you.
God damn it. Well, what is it? Oh god, what the fuck's going on? So they improved the hangar, right? So they've done that bit. Then they also improved the titles, and they've started adding more profile pictures and stuff. Maybe there's a chance that they'll start doing these things, like a big overhaul of the whole thing.
I really hope so.
It would be nice.
Yeah, okay. It's just...
Oh, this one as well. Collector 5, obtain several aircraft. Vehicles purchased 200. Reward 100,000, what is it? 100,000 convertible research points.
Yeah, so it's not even research, it's convertible research, which you have to pay Gaijin to get. So it's like, wow, what a really amazing reward you've got there, Gaijin.
God, there's so many. Oh, that's it for the ships. Vehicles purchased 125,000 convertible research.
What? Oh my god.
This is so
it's
good.
Like, maybe if you ever do a video on anything like about Prestige again down the line, you could mention this. Cause it's
definitely. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. I've just never, it's one of those things I've never really thought about. But yeah, it's ridiculous.
It's a complete joke. It's absolutely ridiculous.
The whole things are just absolutely ridiculous. But I think also most of them have been in the game since like the game started, right? So they're definitely. It's definitely time for an overhaul,
Absolutely. Because it's like, are you really telling me that getting to, like, maximum rank, right? Getting maximum rank of, like, French tanks is worth 12,000 convertible RP and no Silver Lions? Because I don't think that that's really a good reward. I'd even be happy if you gave me... Well, I wouldn't. I'd probably still be like, that's a bit low. But... 25,000 Silver Lions, 50,000? Is that so much to ask? Like.
Yeah, and as Daddle said, there's more SL you can get from the first 7 levels of the Battle Pass than any of the achievements.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's crazy.
It is, and it also doesn't make sense because there are achievements for each tree. For spading vehicles, right? Which does take a while, but if you were really determined, and your tree is fairly sizable, like in the USA, spading 20 vehicles will not take that long in like air vehicles, right?
Oh,
like,
air vehicles, no.
No, you could do like all of the low tier ones, then all tier 2. Yeah, it'd take a while, but not that long.
Like a week or two, maybe.
Yeah, and the reward for that is 100,000 Silver Lions, right? Which, okay, right? It's like Daddle said, it's still not anywhere near as good as even one of the. It's like the same as one level in the Battle Pass, but it's like, all right, maybe, but then you go back to the things that are like get to max rank in France or max rank in any of the others. It's like, why is this so much worse? I don't know. It doesn't make any sense.
No, I agree with you. Oh God, I don't think they are going to do anything about it though.
I don't think so either.
Yeah, I'm hoping that in the dev Q&A, whenever that comes out, that we'll get answers about progression and things like that, instead of just what are you going to do about repair costs again.
One last thing on this thing, I'd just like to point out, you also get rewards for completing medals. And I'd just like to point out that the Order of the Red Banner for the USSR, which is the medal you get for defeating 20,000 players in USSR vehicles, gives you 20,000 convertible RP. And I would once again just like to point out that the challenges for the USSR, the IL2 gives you 10,000 silver lions, which I would argue is infinitely more useful than 20,000 convertible RP, if I'm honest. But, you know, there you go.
Yeah.
Those medals would take a ridiculous amount of time, and you get nothing, really, other than... I mean, the medals are a bit better, because at least they do show on your profile. I think that is a step in the right direction, but it's still like...
Yeah, the medals and then titles. Like, they could at least add some titles to these things, right?
Oh, I'd love them to add titles.
Yeah, just a few.
Alright, well, that's probably about it that I wanted to talk about. So...
Oh, fair enough, Eurus. Well, it's nice to chat. Always a pleasure.
Thank you very much for your time, and thank you everyone on stream for listening to me ramble about in-game achievements for probably slightly too long, but there we go. I might come on again in the next one when I've probably found something else to complain about. So, yeah, thanks very much.
See you later, Eurus. Always a pleasure chatting to Eurus. Always a lot of fun. So let's get the next individual on, who is Ferocious Fries. Let's see what Ferocious Fries wants to chat about today. And yeah, he's completely right about the achievement stuff. It's very, very odd. How are you doing, Ferocious Fries? How's life?
I'm doing very well, thank you. How are you?
I'm doing good, man. Slightly hungry and slightly cold. But, I mean, that seems to be normal for me nowadays, so just is how it is. What do you want to chat about today?
Well, unfortunately, I'm a little bit short of time for how long I can speak for, but I'd just like to have a quick chat about the French tech tree.
Right.
Because I've never done that before. I would like to quickly apologise for a statement which I made last week where I briefly said that a French tank could possibly be better.
Hello?
Oh, sorry.
You said a French tank could probably be better, and then you cut out.
Yeah, I was. When I went outside,
okay, nice
apparently some of my neighbours heard that, and they gave me their thoughts on that quite aggressively. So I'd like to apologise for that statement.
Really? God damn.
Yes, it turns out that they're quite old and conservative, so yeah, probably not the best thing to set my window open.
So funny. Oh god. Oh, that's wonderful. Anyway, go ahead. What do you?
So I'd like to just talk about France. France being like the more main sort of look at it, but also a few of the other nations could probably benefit from this also.
Yeah.
The problem with France is that a lot of its tanks were only ever like mock-ups, which weren't really used, like a one-off thing with like experimental stuff. With,
yeah, like prototypes, right?
Yeah, sort of prototypes, and that's sort of a bit of a blurry area at the moment with whether those vehicles come to War Thunder or not. Because the rule is if it's like is the rule that if it's been made like, as a mock-up, it can come to the game.
I'm not sure there is that much of a rule, but I think generally when it comes to it, it's like it has to have been built. It has to, maybe there's some like testing stuff on it, but that seems to be about it. But I don't know their specific criteria, and I don't think they've ever released their specific criteria for releasing stuff.
Yeah, because a lot of France is in early Cold War stuff after World War II is just really mental stuff, which I'd love to see, but obviously can't be implemented because of it's just too mental. But I just wonder whether at some point War Thunder is actually just going to change a little bit and just decide that they do want to start implementing this more crazy stuff. I was just wondering whether you'd want to see some more crazy stuff in the future.
I mean, yeah, I would. I mean, my criteria generally is as long as it was tested and built to, as long as it was built and tested to a decent extent, I would like to see it in game. Right, that's pretty much where I sit. So I would personally like to see some of those crazy French things that they built, especially the ones where they started experimenting, just putting random turrets on bunch of random stuff. I think that would be very fun.
Yeah, I do. It would be nice, especially for not really like events, but very minor events, because with like just mental stuff, just to have like a little go with would be really nice to see. Because some of the stuff which will never come to the game, which War Thunder is a very good like platform for people to mod, and I've never really got into that side of it, but it would be interesting to see some of that brought to the main game if possible. So something else which I'd like to touch on is I have at this point basically finished the French Tech, and I've been branching out a little bit more. But something which I've noticed is that I've got a lot of like mid-tier in a lot of countries, which means the rate at which I'm researching new vehicles is slowing down a little bit. And I'm getting a little bit bogged down because I keep like playing too many of the same lineups. And I just wanted to like broach this idea of like a button, an option which you can choose where it just randomizes. It picks a random lineup from any of your nations that you have for you to just play with, to just mix it up a little bit. Would you?
That's interesting. Yeah, they could definitely do that. There's this thing they're doing in Listed where they have a thing which is join any team, so you can like the way their campaigns are structured, it's like allies versus axis. So you can hit the join any team, and then it'll put you on either side basically, which I thought was pretty cool. And they said that they're going to implement like a universal thing, so you can just put like join any campaign, and then it will be able to do it. I mean, there's kind of a scuffed way, I suppose you could do it right now. So you could get like I don't know, you could pick 6 nations and then roll a dice, and then you could pick like 6 lineups and then roll a dice again. Like do something like that. Like that could maybe work, but I don't know either that. Like it would be nice to see some kind of thing like that though, where it's just like I don't know what I want to play. You pick for me, game.
Yeah, because I feel that happens all so often where I go onto the game, like, I want to play some War Thunder, and then I sit there for 5 minutes going, I don't really know what to play, and I end up just like procrastinating so much that I give up.
Yeah,
I do that all too often, many other things, but especially in War Thunder, when it comes to choosing a lineup to play, it does happen.
Yeah,
especially too often. I really enjoyed the enlisted event with the modern stuff.
Yeah.
I really do hope that they pursue that a lot more. But I would like to see them like branch out with some of the World War II stuff, because a lot of nations is obviously very early, not early access, but very early development game.
Yeah.
And I am very excited to see where it goes next.
I'm sure they will do. They'll do modern stuff as long as the game sticks around. They'll do modern stuff. You know what I mean? Like it's one of those. If it gains enough popularity, then they'll do modern stuff.
Yeah, I think it's become a very big game quite quickly, isn't it? Because of its boost from War Thunder.
Yeah, like the queue times are low. Tons of people play it. Like it seems to be good right now, you know.
And so, the final thing which I'd like to touch on very briefly before I have to make my swift departure is the War Thunder tutorial system at the moment. Because I had a few friends who've recently started playing the game, and they did all the tutorials, and they said that they thought they were a little lackluster, like how they explained the game.
Yeah.
Do you think that War Thunder should commission like some big content creators to make some tutorial videos? I've seen that in a few other games where like their biggest content creators make tutorial videos which are then put into the game. Would you like to see that in War Thunder as well, to help bolster up some tutorial areas?
I wouldn't commission them because I don't think they're worth paying. But what I would do is I would say this. So just how they did like the War Thunder Live stuff. The War Thunder Wiki stuff, where they basically said, hey, if you want to create like a short video about something, then you know you can do it, and we can put them on the War Thunder Wiki, right? I think they should put out like a message to people how like, okay, we're looking for tutorials, 5 to 10 minutes, this specific thing. You know, how to use missiles or how to use rockets. What are all the controls? And if you get selected to do it, then you get a link to your channel in the game, where you click on it and it takes the viewer to the video, right? So the way it would work is you get cross promotion. So people click on it and then they watch the video for the tutorial and then they go, oh, this YouTuber explained this really well. Does he have any others? Or maybe I should subscribe to him. So technically, Gaijin wouldn't have to pay anybody anything, and you wouldn't have to do any of the any of the things which come along with that, such as contracts and all of that, but also you could get the same effect, and the content creator also gets the kickback for it as well. Or, instead of Gaijin actually doing any of this, because as we've found in the past, they're very much a build it and we will come company. So what that means is, you know, you have an idea, you build it, and then they're like, okay, we can support it, and they'll throw it in. There's many examples of this happening. So what CC should do is they should take the first step and be like, okay, I'm going to make all these tutorials, and then I'm going to become the place where you come for tutorials, right? But that would require effort. And that's something that sometimes lacks.
Yeah, because when I started playing the game, the big thing that got me through the early stages was Oxygen Thieves, like the overall game, like sort of just like quickly brushing over everything.
Yeah.
That's what really helped me in the early stages, but especially with some of the more in-depth stuff.
You give me
it was
that
only a few
gasoline
years
and
ago
I'll
and I
gain
realised
ground
how
with it. I'll kill
important
Germans,
crews
Give me
were.
400,000 gallons,
So
I'll go to
I was
Berlin.
playing with like level 1 to 5 crews and all my tanks. It was just something that I just never thought about, and it helps so much. And if it isn't told to you, then like explicitly you don't like go find out and research it, then it's difficult to understand.
Yeah, I agree with you. And it's definitely, like, I mean, at least for me, I have like a few tutorials on my channel, like the beginner stuff, and I know there's a few other channels that have them. So maybe the issue is that just need to do better at aiming at, you know, new players so they can kind of understand what to do. The stream's been good for 9 Noobs. It's been nice.
Yeah, so I have to go now. Sorry for staying for such a long time. It's been wonderful talking to you, and I might just go have to shout some patriotic British stuff out my window to counteract me saying France. So I'll see you next time I see you.
It's always a pleasure, brother. Have a nice evening.
Good night.
All right. So that's your boy. And now we have Hedza. So let's see what Hedza wants to chat about today. All right. Calling all Hedzas to the thing. It's quite nice how like every time we do this, it's getting to a point where it's getting way more like efficient, which is quite nice. Just gotta find the button. There we go. How are you? How's life?
Hello. Life's been alright.
Good stuff.
How about you?
I'm doing alright. Just hungry. What do you want to chat about today?
Well, I finally found out the reason the IKVs no longer float, and it's kind of BS.
Does it have a hole in it?
No, it's because they're labeled as amphibious assault guns because they were designed to swim in open water, lakes, rivers, pretty much anywhere. So, for open water use, especially on the IKV 91-105, for open water, it needed screens.
Right.
Like, it actually needed harder screens to stop the engine from getting flooded.
Mm.
But that was for the heavier version.
Right.
And in open, rough waters. But for the IKV, just the regular one with the 90, for crossing like smoother water such as lakes and whatnot, it did not need them.
Interesting.
because it had a better buoyancy than the 105, and it wasn't in rough waters that was splashing everywhere. But they put the screens on just as caution, just in case. And there was a few versions with a automatic screen system that you just flip a switch and it pops out. And it's already built into the tank itself, where it's the same kind of screens the SGRV 103 uses. But that one actually has to be, you actually have to undo some stuff on the outside of the tank and actually like pull up the screen and then put bars to keep the screen up.
So it's basically the it's similar to stuff like the Sheridan then, where it's like an add-on kit.
Well, it already has the kit on it in the game.
But you have to move it.
Technically, yes, for both of them, if you want to put on the screens, but the regular IQV did not need them.
Right. So
Yeah,
one should be amphibious and the other one shouldn't? In-game right
until
now.
Yeah, in-game right now, because they could add a screen feature mechanic that, you can set up your screen right before you hit the water. It takes a certain amount of time depending on the screen's complexity.
Is that amphibious right now? Or
which one?
the first one.
No, it's not. They both sink like rocks.
So you think they'll fix it?
I don't know. There's a lot of people, because for a long while after it was happening, I couldn't find any information about it, and then all of a sudden, all this information pops up about why it's happened.
Well, like
and there's a lot of people who are mad about it.
A lot?
Yeah, a lot of people.
Like thousands?
From what I can see, most of the people who originally played Sweden, which was not a lot, but there's still about 1,000 that are mad about it because it was one of the main draws of the vehicle. The ability to go and actually use a flanking maneuver using the terrain.
Right.
Right? It can give you a strategic advantage over an enemy, where they have higher armor and a higher velocity gun, but if you sneak around them, their armor is going to be useless.
Yeah, I can understand that, especially on some of the maps. And I feel like if it is already modeled, or it doesn't need to be modeled, it doesn't need to be used on the first one, then, it'd be nice to see it. Is there a bug report that got passed for it?
No, that's pretty much they're saying it with both, even though...
Oh, right.
The first one should be, it can swim without screens. It doesn't need them. Because if you look at the actual engine deck of it, it actually does have some protection already there.
Right.
How it's kind of built up slightly higher, because it only sinks about halfway down in the water. And in smooth water, the water is not really going to be back there.
I think the person to talk to about this, if you actually wanted to get it passed, is a Blockhaj or Blockhaj. He's a Swedish dude who's a tech mod, and he only passes stuff which is Swedish, or he hardly passes anything, but he passes certain things which are Swedish because that's all he gives a shit about. So if you're looking for somebody to push this forward, that would be somebody to do it.
All right.
Because at least when it comes to the tech mods and stuff, they all have their own personal shit that they care about. So if you're talking to the wrong one, then nothing's going to get done. But yeah, that's the one to go for that.
All right, I'll make sure to do that. See if we can at least get the base one up and running with the swimming. At least.
What was the other thing?
So I was listening in for a good while about the premium, especially about the premium Draken.
Yes.
So after it came out a while longer, I met someone who was actually flying it. Right? Most of the people don't really know what they're doing, but there are some who are actually learning, because they don't have the time to grind up, right, for the actual Draken, because it's a long and hard grind.
Right.
And it's not very particularly fun, right? They want the experience of have that super maneuverability. And I met one of them, so we decided to do a few tests. Acceleration, speed, climbing, turn rate. The premium Draken somehow has better energy retention and has higher thrust, even though it's a weaker engine than the regular Draken.
Is this in the files, or is this just playing about with it?
This is doing tests in a room that was set to realistic.
That's fair. These things, when it comes to like actual performance and stuff, I think I'm guessing the technical data of it is actually posted on the forums, but I know for a fact that you can actually find its values when it comes to how the engines perform and the weight of the stuff in the files themselves. But it might be true that the A, at least, you know, has better energy retention at certain speeds. Is it lighter?
It's got a slightly lighter engine, but only by 100 kilograms.
Right.
Right, and it doesn't make sense that its flight characteristics are slightly better than the regular Drakens, because the J35A was a prototype.
Right.
The D was the actual production variant after the said prototype. And the A was also prototyping. There was made several, which was the first version, and then D, which is kind of interesting. And a way to fix it, because when the Draken first came out, it only had the RB-24s. And about 180 rounds of cannon ammo. Trying to fight, like, at top BR like that, it doesn't really work well in your favor when everyone else has missiles that are far superior.
Yeah, true.
But the thing is, it was at 10.7 because it was Sweden's top tier jet.
Yeah. What does it have now? Does it have RB-24Js?
Yeah, it's got the Js, which are kind of BS because they ignore flares half the time.
All right.
Especially if you get a radar lock, they start doing goofy.
Right.
Like they will pull 90-degree turns all over the place.
God damn it.
They act like SRAMs.
Jesus Christ. But
the
yeah,
thing is...
Go ahead, sorry.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Well, I was just going to make a point about the prototype versus production thing. So, what's kind of interesting is a lot of prototypes are actually better than their production vehicles. And the reason is because there are things that are found during the prototype stage which may give extra performance, but also screw them up on efficiency or repairability or any of those things. So you can have a vehicle which may outperform the other one, but also at the same time may break down more than twice as much, right? And this is something that the Soviets ran into a lot, especially during the mid and late areas of World War II, where they would make these like super machines like the I-185, right? Or even the ITP. And these are all prototypes, but their engines kept exploding. Like they were really, really good vehicles with amazing performance, but at the same time, they couldn't make one which didn't tear itself apart. Which is why in games, stuff like the I-185s and the ITPs are very strong, but in real life, they were also very strong, but they couldn't mass produce them because, well, they kept failing. So it might be the fact that sometimes a prototype does outdo the production one because certain things are cut off in it to try and help it with with its actual I can't remember the word that it is, but it's like you know what I mean, like it's longevity. There we go, it's longevity as a vehicle.
And it could just be the fact of for the J35A,
Yeah.
it could have been its spars could have been of a different material.
I mean,
That's
yeah, it could
somehow
have been.
that's a bit lighter. It could be a multitude of factors. But I think it could easily be moved up in BR.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
the
I
thing
think so.
is, as discussed earlier, most of the players in it are kind of brain dead.
Mhm.
But regardless of what you do at that BR, it's always going to be on you.
Yeah,
And you
can't
can't
get
really
'em off.
shake it. I found the best way to deal with them is slow down, like a lot.
Yeah.
Get near your stall speed in the aircraft, and they'll generally overshoot. If they try matching you, new players don't know how to deal with the Dragon's low speed performance generally, because they're like high speed most of the time. It's low speed performance. You have to be very careful, or you're going to stall yourself out and crash. That's a way to get to them is use if your aircraft doesn't have like good low speed maneuverability or performance at all, and you're trying to slow them down, just pray that they don't know how to use theirs either.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Yeah, there have definitely been many times where I felt completely useless against a J35. But at the same time, you have to kind of let them dive on you, like and stay on you. Like if you don't let them do that in the first place, then you can come out on top a decent amount. I hope with time it sorts itself out, and I'm sure it will. Or at least when everybody else gets more premiums added to them, so we have donkeys on every team.
Yeah. Because I find it extremely annoying when you're in a... I recently tried playing the J29F again, because I remember I had some good times in it. I got into a mixed battle and was swarmed by premium dragons. And being a fat saber, it does not turn very well.
No, this I'm playing the A29 right now, and it feels like shit. So I really don't like these aircraft at all.
Yeah, it's and they need their main like thrust comes from their early afterburner in the J29.
Yeah.
But that's kind of if someone gets on you, you're gonna have a hard time getting them off.
Oh, massively, yeah. There's nothing you can do in it.
The best thing you can hope for is a head-on. I mean, even that's not a guaranteed kill.
Hey, Bounty Hunter, nice to see you. Also, thank you guys for the little cheers.
It's kind of like the J29, like back when the Swedish tree was first introduced. There was many players that didn't know what it could do at that time. And that's how I was like, that's what gave it the advantage because players didn't know what its strengths or weaknesses were.
Yeah.
But now everyone knows it is a fat saber that's slow and can't turn. And it's only like firepower is really head on.
Yeah, pretty much. There's really nothing that's good about this aircraft apart from its guns. When you compare it to pretty much everything else. I wish that there were more redeeming factors. The thing is, and also lowering it in BR doesn't help you. Like it won't help the vehicle. The thing that would help this vehicle is if they extended the elevator by about 3 times what it is.
And even that is going to come with its own penalties.
Oh yeah, probably. But at least it would mean I could turn.
Fair enough. Yeah, at least the Lanson has its like extremely high energy retention.
Yeah.
Like whenever because about medium speed, around 500 miles per hour. It doesn't lose like barely any speed. Its speed is not really affected by turning. At around 1,000 meters in altitude with 500, you lose only like maybe 5 miles per hour in speed
Yeah.
for a hard turn. So if you just keep your and keeping the energy is no problem, so you just have to do that while the enemy fighter is like trying to turn hard into you. They lose all their energy and they're free. They're essentially a free kill at that point.
Yeah, pretty much. I just wish those vehicles had a bit more defense.
Yeah. I mean, hey, you get chaff.
Yeah, the wonderful
You
chaff.
get 32 charges of chaff, but
Do you know the historical reason for them doing that? Like doing chaff and nothing else? Is there a historical reason for it?
I'm not exactly sure. I'm not that knowledgeable about the Lancen or the A32A. I think it's because it was like SAM sites.
That could make sense, yeah.
I think that's why it was, but I'm not really sure.
Yeah, that would want to be one of the only reasons that makes sense. But the thing is, I don't know when the vehicle was made or when it was produced or anything.
It was 1950s. Pretty much the J29, the Lancen, and the Draken were all under development at roughly the same time.
There you go, Whooper. Nice to see you too, Damien. Hopefully you're doing alright. Damn it.
Which is like, because they were trying to get a good aircraft to like counter the like jets.
Yeah.
Then they stuck with the Draken for a long time, and then they came up with the Viggen to counter the F4. Well, it's their counterpart.
That's kind of
and the
interesting.
And the Viggen stayed in service on. It's actually still in service.
In certain forms, right?
Yeah, in some forms, and it's in reserve for Sweden. It hasn't been fully retired. Thing is, the Viggen has a lot of interesting history to it. On one account, 4 Viggens saved an SR-71.
Yeah, I've heard about that one. I never really looked into it though.
The rough story of the SR-71 had one of its engines failed. It had to do a dive to get to a lower altitude. The Swedish saw this on their radar, what was happening. There was 2 Viggens, like training Viggens already up. They went to intercept, see what was going on. They stayed with the SR-71. They were running low on fuel, so they had 2 combat Viggens come out with their superiority loadouts.
Oh, that's pretty cool. The squad at safety.
Yep. Because there were MiGs, like just out of like visual range, waiting to pounce on the SR-71.
Yeah, that could have been a bad day.
Yeah, luckily it was avoided.
Is there anything else you want to chat about today?
Yeah. What do you think electronic warfare would look in this game?
My radar's working. Oh no, it's not anymore. And that'll be about it. Like, oh, my radar had a lock. Well, better shoot the missile. Oh, there's a weird jammy thing. Oh no. Well, it looks like that missile's gonna miss. That's basically it.
Oh no, my Maverick's been hijacked and it's coming back at me.
I'm not sure. But yeah, like that'll be it. It'll be It'll be that, or it'll be how the APS works in ground.
Yeah,
Wait.
speaking of APS,
Yeah.
that US, the Abrams, that cone is very thin. And it's very buggy.
Damn. 38,000?
'Cause
Damn.
I was also listening to that conversation about the APS system on it.
Yeah.
It's very small vertical cone. Sorry, not vertical cone. It's tiny. It's only going to work 5 degrees in either direction and then 20 up or down.
Yeah, it's you really have to aim it correctly. Otherwise it's not going to work.
Yeah. And I've also noticed, like, at top tier recently, a lot of players have been more aggressive than usual. Like, failing to check corners correctly to make sure they're not going to get shot in the side. Being hyper aggressive if they see you, they'll try to take out your cannon and just rush you. Even though you could show your side to them with your turret facing them, and they'll shoot your gun.
Yeah. Do you think
When
it's
there's
just
better
because it's the
shots to
easiest
take.
thing to do, or something like that?
I think that's kind of the main strategy that's
I
been
landed
like
once.
permeating. Shoot out their gun, knock them out.
Yeah.
The thing is, it's kind of the same with, because I've noticed a lot more 2PLs,
Right.
which die then leave after one death because the player most likely didn't have a supporting lineup.
Mhm.
Right? It's kind of the ability for someone to buy the top tiers is kind of annoying. It's
Yeah, I
always
agree
going to
with you.
be here because it's their main revenue. But if there could be a system, like to buy, you can't like buy squadron vehicles directly. You have to have like at least a rank lower than it. Like say a rank 6 premium, you'd have to have at least a rank 5 to purchase,
Yeah.
right? Or you could just research it through squad points. I think a system like that would reduce the number of low tier premium players that get in and artificially increase and decrease
Hey,
win
Bob.
rates.
Yeah,
Because
I mean, I've had the same opinion for a long time like that. Basically, just make it so they at least have something near the BR.
Yeah. I've been recently trying to get use out of the Mavericks, and I've been found that they've been kind of buggy recently.
Yeah? What are you finding with them?
On the AJ-37, I use it mainly in ground battles because the Mavericks are pretty good. I lock a tank, it shoots. I'm watching its line. It switches targets, even though I already have the target in front of it locked. But it switches to a target that's looks like it's out of its field of view for some reason, and then it just misses.
So it's breaking lock, basically.
The lock is still there. I still get I could still see the lock. It's just the missile itself, the Maverick itself, just goes off on its own direction.
Okay.
It's like it's not keeping its lock when it's saying it's locked.
The only thing I can think that would cause that is if it couldn't turn enough to the target, and then it loses it. But generally, that doesn't happen. Sorry, because the overload of the Maverick works. It's basically it's good enough. Like that shouldn't really ever happen. So that just seems really odd to me.
Yeah, and also another bug I've been seeing is with the 103C in particular. Generally, I take around 30 rounds of ammo.
Yeah.
Which puts the back ammo container behind the the driver, technically gunner. or he's just labeled as a loader. If those two get knocked out, but you have no ammo pack there, it's not going to kill you, because the 103, all 103s can work with a single crew member at max efficiency.
Yeah.
But the ammo's still there, regardless how many shells I take. It'll have all 50 shells there, regardless. Even if I fired it all, still there. Even if I take only 30, all 50 shells are there, and can kill you via ammo rack.
It can kill you?
Yeah.
Hmm.
It'll kill you if you get hit in the ammo, even if you fired everything.
Is this just with that one, or with all of them?
I've only seen it with the 103C.
Hmm.
But it could be with the others as well.
So it's basically not tracking how many rounds are actually in it, it's just putting the full load in. That's definitely a bug. Like, hopefully it gets reported. I think I saw like a picture of it the other day, if I remember actually. Like someone was trying to show me it, but I didn't really understand what they were on about. But that makes sense. Like,
I have two screenshots to show my ammo load, like going into a test.
Yeah.
30 shells, and then I have the X-ray showing all 50.
Have you tried it with lower amounts?
Yep, I've tried it only taking 2 shells.
And it
all
still
50
does
there.
all of it? Yeah, that's a bug then, right?
I brought all 50 shells, fired all 50 shells. Still there. I did a test in a custom with a buddy who was set up. I fire all my shells. He fires at where the ammo should be. It kills me. Even though I have.
Definitely needs a bug report then.
Yeah.
I'll make sure to bring it up. See what they can do about it. Because there's a few of the vehicles that had that issue too. Where, not necessarily with like all of their ammo, but with their first stage ammo storage. Which I'm guessing is what this counts as. You know. So basically even if you took one shell, the whole ammo storage was full. Which was a
so
problem.
might as well just take all of it during the bug.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, if it's not helping you survive or anything, yeah, you might as well.
Yeah, at least give yourself more ammo to fight with.
Yeah. Why not? Do you have any last things that you want to say before we move on?
Yes. I'd like to talk a little bit about the SGRV 103D.
The prototype from the 90s, right?
The 1990s.
Yeah.
Which was an attempt to like bring it up to modern standards with they have ERA. They had an ERA version. A like kind of the composite screen, and then they actually had composite armor version.
Yeah.
Which the composite armor version, they realized that there's just not enough space under it. And it's just not big enough to have it. Because contrary to what you see in that engine deck, it's kind of cramped already. Because the engine's right there. Just under the access panels.
So would this make it more cramped, or would it make it basically the same?
This was all external. After they realized that the composite armor version, they scrapped that idea and just went with composite screens and some ERA.
Yeah, that's fair.
So it aligned the sides with the composite screens and then put 2 long ones up top where the ribbed armor is now. That would improve its heat protection quite a bit. Not sure how thick the screens were though. They look pretty decent. Especially the side ones.
They also added thermals to it as well, right? Like they added a new like FCS and stuff. Good morning, Hans. Nice to see you.
And the tank could be completely remote controlled.
Yeah.
Which, Gaijin, please add. Even if all your crew members dead, you could still fight. Unless the control module is destroyed. But that'd be way too overpowered.
No, I don't think so. It just means you got an ammo racket. Or or you make it so if there's no crew left, it can't be repaired. So you just sit there, dead. Well, not dead, but just stuck in a tank
Wanting
that can't
death.
do anything. Yeah. But yeah, I think we could definitely see the 103D. I know that the 103B was in the files for a very long time, but I think it disappeared. I'm not sure if it's still there or not. Actually, I'd have to check. But the D is the one that is more interesting because to me that would stink of like an event vehicle, like a high tier event vehicle. The question is, do you actually want to give people a high tier event vehicle that's a cheese wedge? That's going to be really rough stock grading. And I don't even know what BR do you put something like that at, like 9.0?
I think it actually fit at 9.0 because it's essentially just a 103C that's been up armored with thermals. It's kind of like the Leopard. It's like the C2A1. Kind of.
Yeah.
It's got the same kind of setup with the composite screens on the side and then the fender composite on the front. But the fender composite's still pretty thick with its composite screens, so I'm not too sure. I'd say pop it at around 9.0.
Yeah, I think so
Right.
too. It didn't get an upgraded engine, did it?
It got a slightly more powerful engine as well
Okay.
to help with the extra weight.
Yeah.
And it received a new round, which I'm not exactly sure what it was at the time. I'll have to do some more research on the round it got. They were testing it with. I think it was just the basic, the basic round from the 103C, which would be the SL PPRJ M9 M80. Probably like some form of like another 105 round that they acquired from someone else.
I'm sure it is, yeah.
That could be added if it needs it. Well, if it had it. Because that round it had, because it could, I think it actually did receive. I'm 735 at that point.
Yeah, probably. I mean, it's the 90s. At that point, they're testing Abrams and shit, so.
Yeah, and then it was eventually they just went with a more conventional design because they realized that for the time the 103s had decent protection, but they were kind of built in a way where they couldn't really be modernized.
Yeah, pretty much.
Because the main idea behind them was keep the silhouette low and pop up over a hill, fire a few times, roll down, pop up somewhere else. And it can dig its own entrenchments. Which I find nice that they've actually added it.
Yeah, it's pretty cool, right? Like, they gave it the scoop. I'm happy they did it. And I'm happy they gave it to that one first as well.
Yeah, because this one historically was like always had the scoop on it, which is nice.
Yeah, exactly.
I love just going out into the middle of a map, digging a crater, and waiting. You'd be surprised how many people don't check craters. I hid for an entire match, like occasionally popping out, shooting a few people, going back in. It works.
Oh, God.
So, 10 out of 10 with terrain digging.
Oh, God.
Anyway. That is mainly what I wanted to talk about today.
Well, thank you for coming on, man. Like, it's always a,
Thank you for giving me the chance.
셀러브레이트 올 더
it's
신즈.
always a pleasure having you on, so thank you.
Why, thank you.
And
It's always a pleasure being on.
hopefully I can see you next time, brother.
Yep. Thank you.
See you later.
Have a good day.
Alright. So, first of all, thank you for the subscription snooze. Thank you for continuing to support the channel. It's very much appreciated. Thank you very much. And also, thank you all for the partner anniversary message. It's very kind of you. I didn't even realize it was a year. Basically, Twitch told me yesterday that it was a year, which is kind of nuts to think about. But what I'm going to do is I'm just going to take a 2 to 3 minute break, and then I'll be back, and we will continue with the Fireside chat. So, and all of you guys who are asking questions today in the chat, I apologize if I've missed any, but I've been trying to keep on track of it, but also understand that, you know, there's a lot of stuff going on when I'm doing the Fireside chats. So I'll see you in 2 seconds. Okay, I'm back. There we go. And bonk. The old times of not being partnered, getting rejected even though you were way past the requirements, no video quality options, but hey, there were a lot of great moments. Yeah, exactly. Like, yeah, I remember those turbulent times. Not very fun at all. But luckily we got through it. Also, I have some mini crisps. So, there you go. That's what we're going to have. Right, let's get the next individual on, who is DePhoenix. So let's have a chat with DePhoenix and see what is going on in his mind. How are you, brother? How's life?
I'm fine, thank you for asking. I just have to drink a little bit because my mouth is like paper.
Fair enough. Hey Laura, nice to see you. We're doing the Fireside chat today.
And I have to mute the stream because it's annoying to hear me twice.
Yeah, you definitely have to get used to that. Like when I started recording videos and having to, you know, like hear the audio back and do the edits and stuff, it took me a long time to get used to listening to my own voice. I never liked it.
Yeah. Well, came in today to talk about something that the precious lady out of the chat would like, I think. Like cakes. Love cakes. I posted into the hobby section some cake my wife made this week. And oh gosh, it looked so beautiful.
I could probably bring it up on the screen, but keep going.
It was like what's called? I think it's a pea. So the other thing of an apple, the greenish thing of it.
Wait, say again?
EEA? I don't know. I just Google it. I think that's the easier way.
Like a fruit, or
yeah, it's like
a pear or something. Or
I don't know.
Here we go.
Pear. Pear.
Yeah, a pear. Yeah. It was a pear cake.
Yeah, a little bit. Like the ground of it was with pears and chocolate pear, and topping was also like more of it, like cream and chocolate and ganache, and it was almost too beautiful to eat it, and it tasted like don't know how to call it. It's self-made, and it's always better than a bought cake or pie or what you call it. At least it's my opinion.
Oh, I agree with you. I think stuff that's made at home always tastes better. Basically because you know what you're putting in it, right? Whereas, and you don't have to put any preservatives in it or anything like that, which obviously don't normally help with the taste.
I think so. And well, I don't know right now. I try to spade the T34, the American one. And yesterday I met you twice, a match, and one was like on Firebow, what it's called in English. The old, I think it was Mostock.
Oh, when I was playing the Hellcat or whatever.
Yeah, the Hellcats. Yeah, and we played some, I think it was 6.3. And went pretty good, I think.
Have you been playing the T26E5 at all?
Oh, not even researched yet. I try to research right now the M103. So,
oh, yeah.
And I'm switching right now between the YAW, the YAH64, and paired with an M163 and my 6.7 lineup. Also, the M50 has to get spaded. And my dog is talking in the background with us.
What type of dog do you have?
It's a Jack Russell Terrier.
Yeah.
So one of these leg-biting things.
A tiny, aggressive little shit. Yeah, I know.
Not really aggressive, since I got them from my mom. He's pretty... he looks everywhere for new friends.
Oh, fair enough.
And he's pretty old. He gets 15 next month.
Oh, wow. That's a long time.
Yeah, right now he gets to the point where he isn't able to jump on the bed on its own. And loves it to snuggle with us up there and sleep with us in the bed.
Hey, I'm Cross. Hopefully you're doing alright.
Doesn't like it. I grab him and lift him.
Yeah.
So, yeah. And right now I think he gets hungry again. It's one of these dog sorts where they are always hungry if they have food.
Yeah.
And I made some noodle with eggs and onion, garlic, and some bacon dices, and still begging for my to clean it up.
Yeah, we used to have Yorkshire Terriers, but we use them for ratting. And basically ratting is killing rats. So we would go into barns and we would let them loose and they would kill a bunch of them. And then we would trap the rest and kill them too. Because rats on farms are annoying as fuck. Is probably the best way of putting it. And
also rats in your toilet are annoying as fuck if you take a dump or something like this and they come just up from your the down space and you're just like, what the fuck? And thank God this didn't happen to me, but my aunt was a problem back in the days. She was younger. She also owned a farm in Germany, and she had a little rat problem.
Thank you, Mac.
Mom told me about it.
Yeah, rats are a huge thing in the countryside. Well, actually, no. Rats are not a huge thing in the countryside in England. Mice are. But mice are not too bad. Like, mice are pretty chill. Like, I'm okay with mice.
Mice are more like on the country or roadside, something like this.
Yeah,
and you have
yeah.
suburban are more like rats things.
Yeah, pretty much.
I grew up in a more like suburban thing. And, really not so nice neighborhood. People get stabbed into the throat for like just standing up and making some place in the tram. And the first station where the people came was like where my mom lived. Because back in the days I lived there, and always they were knocking on my window. There was a problem.
Yeah.
And Mom got pretty annoyed since I moved, and so I think it took like a month or something like this. And then she told them that I moved and they should stop in a pretty, I would say, aggressive way, the baseball bat. And yeah.
That doesn't sound very fun.
Not really, because these people are more like they also wanted to buy something. And don't talk about what they wanted to buy. And yeah, well, they are like,
God damn it.
Say they are pretty passionate in it to get something by or some help or something like this, just a hideout. And someday there was just the point where my mom said, no, that's it. I totally can understand her. I would do even worse things. But, well, we don't talk about stuff like this. We're all happy people.
You're past that now. That's the main thing.
Yeah, it's just in the days.
God damn it.
So
we all fuck up.
Like 7 years ago. 7 years ago, it was a pretty tough time. Right now, we live in a small house. Have our dog. Yeah, I looked at him, and now my wife woke up. Turned around. So, anyways, what was the point I wanted to get? I don't know. Let's talk about War Thunder again.
Sounds good. Have you been doing the battle pass?
It's more like a thing that is going on next to it. I think like, is this otter thing? I was like, oh, I done this thing. I never noticed it. Or like this water snake thing ended up on 1st December. That will end on 1st December. Like, I didn't watch these things. I don't go straight for it. Okay, right now these thing that will end on 8th December. This is more like a thing. Okay, I took like the ME410 with stealth belts here, the B6R3, and yeah.
Yeah, the attacker one.
Stop that! Don't laugh at me.
But the
not for my year.
But the what do you call it? The attacker one, at least for me, was probably going to be one of the harder ones. Not because it's hard, because it's pretty easy, but it's more just actually being able to set it up and do it. Like it's one of those where I have to play like specific vehicles and stuff, and I don't particularly like doing that anymore in War Thunder. I kind of just want to do what I want, you know.
I totally agree with it. And the other thing is, oh, cracking voice. Nice when you hit that cigarette. Yeah, it's for me like if you focused on this specific task, it will always end like a mess. You don't get this. So I just play along. If I see, okay, it's now time for me to take my plane. I love to be the close air support player,
Yeah.
and it's the same thing in squadron battles and this clan wars things. Yeah, that's also the only reason why I try to spade the YAH 64, just to get this for the squadron battles done. So, yeah, I'm more like the pilot. And now I remember what I initially don't know how it's called. I wanted to spend my 30,000 channel points to look up my service record.
Oh yeah, yeah. You said last time. I remember that. How's your internet doing, by the way? Is it better?
Thankfully, yeah. It was like didn't even have to call them up. Took it a couple of days, and everything was good again. And yeah, I tried to reunite with my family. So I gave my cousin a call after he married, and yeah, so a couple of weeks last week, I think it was on Tuesday, we met, and there I noticed while we talked that he works for Vodafone, and the next time I have something like this, he will take a look for this.
Oh, that's nice.
Hey, that's the account of my girlfriend. I know it's a female name, and yeah.
What does it mean?
The Invincible Bob. Just what it's mean in English. It's more like the female beginner.
Oh.
Well, back in the days, my girlfriend started the game, didn't have any nickname, and she was like, "Okay, I'm a female beginner, so call me die Anfängerin." And yeah. So no, then when she has the time, she also plays a little bit. But most of the time, she's doing. She's done her work. She's yeah, sure. Why not, Prince? She's busy with her work, learning for her driver's license. Yeah, doing housework like I do before I go to work, and yeah, so she don't have so much time to play.
It's a busy life, isn't
it? Adult life, I would say. It's
yeah,
normal thing. If you don't want to live on the States coast or something like this. And
yeah.
I always was someone who's making his own money, because well, if you work, it's maybe a thing because I'm German or something like this. Don't get me wrong, the words I say, but if you work in Germany, you are free.
Right.
If you don't work, you have to live from the States coasts, and if you want to travel to another city or something like this, you have to make them notice. You have get an agree from them, and the time you are not available for them, like you are on vacation or something like this, don't even get money for this. So you get less money the next month, and that's pretty hard, in my opinion. So if you work, you're free to go where you want, when you want, and no one should care about what you're doing.
Yeah, it's
Like-
basically just putting in the effort. So it's what is it? It's work to live, not live to work. Like that's at least around like my area, that's what it said. So you work hard and then you get to do, you get to live hard basically. Like you can do what you feel like.
I mean, come on, I'm a stoner. I have to pay for this stuff. Right now, it's still a thing to grow. So I have
God
this
damn it.
tiny little gorilla glue plant.
Mm.
It still will take its time. So yeah, still have to buy it.
Gorilla glue plant.
Yeah, it's more like gorilla glue is the sort of hemp.
Oh, right. Okay. It's
And-
one of the versions of it. Fair enough.
Yeah, yeah.
Seems
And
like
it's-
is it because it's sticky or something? Like
I think so. I didn't smoke it yet, but I watched some reviews, and if I do anything right, and as German, it would be biologisch-technischer Assistent, like botanic stuff and things like this. I learned a couple of things, and well, it should be good. I hope so.
doesn't there need to be like a lot of UV light and shit for that stuff?
Again?
UV light or ultraviolet.
Not really. You can also use some. There are some special LED lamps.
Oh, okay.
Order, and they are more efficient because they just use the light the plants use.
Right.
And yeah, it's to have them lighted up is less expensive than normal, lights, sunlight imitating bulbs. And
Oh, fair enough.
please, shut the fuck up, dog. Please. I don't know what he's singing, but he's singing with passion.
Oh god. Yeah, when I was younger, we had a cocker spaniel. It was named Fudge, and it was
They are also some.
yeah, very
Nothing.
active is probably the way I'd put it. But nah, Fudge was great. She was a really good, I suppose you'd call it family dog. And we had a bunch of like work dogs and stuff, but they were pretty chill, very well trained.
And to the comment from Duddle Prince in the chat, no, I'm the friendly pharmakill salary man in the neighborhood. Spider-Man for hemps. Me the hemp devil. New nickname for the account, so people can't get annoyed by it. So it's not masculine enough.
The hemp devil. The hemp devil is it?
Yeah,
That what
the
you
hemp
said?
devil. Some people called me back in the days the hemp devil. I don't know why, but it's funny. And yeah, well, sometimes we smoked in a pretty, let's say, spooky basement.
Yeah.
And well, let's say people in young ages, it's pretty. I don't know how to call it in English. Paranoia. So they believe things they are not there, like ghosts or something like this. Even if you swing the things for the laundry, they also think it's a ghost because they didn't notice that you were tingling them with your finger and stuff like this. And
Yeah.
it was pretty funny. Only reason I would know not to legalize in Germany, to be honest, is let's say some friends of mine can't make money with it. So even we know from some researches of Canada, there's even, well, I don't know if it's good or bad, but there's still 50% of the black market left for cannabis. Like the people don't go to the dispensaries because, well, there's stuff like it's more expensive than on the black market, or I don't know.
Yep, you're pretty much right. You hit it on the head. It's too expensive. Well, it's not too expensive. It's just you can get it other ways cheaper. So that's what people are gonna do. You know.
I think if I would open a dispensary, I would still do a delivery, because we all know stoners are pretty foul, and let's say don't like to move. So instead they come to me, I just visit them. That's always the best way.
I think that's great until you get jumped. Because they'll need to like show like ID and shit like that, right? And you know, some might just call you out to a place and then just nick it and run. Be a bit annoying. Sweet dreams, KV2. Have a nice rest.
Was also always the thing. That's why you always got a girl where you could put things back. You don't always take all to her. Just enough to get for the next 1 or 2 days over it, so you can have enough for the calls you probably get. And most of the time it's more like the 1st or the 15th of the month where the people get the money. So you know, in this time, around this time, you need some more because the people will buy more. And well, for me it always worked out. I didn't got caught a single time.
Would that be something you want to do then? Like, once it's legalized, like do like the dispensary stuff?
I saved up a little bit money. I tried also to get a contract with the state so I could produce some medical medical cannabis.
Yeah.
And it didn't work out because you need at least 3 years experience in growing. And they meant legal experience in growing. So I tried to get in contact with Pedanos or some other companies that already grow some weed, but they more like, no, we do our own thing. We have already someone. I was like, okay, too sad. I wait. Maybe in 10 years it's legalized so I can open my own dispensary. And well, I'm still waiting.
Yeah. Well, hopefully this match is over soon. This guy's literally just been in the atmosphere and he's done nothing the whole game. He's just gone AFK the whole time.
I got a game. I think it was the last event. I think the summer event or something like this. I was playing my beloved F82, and Dattel Prince. That's probably said too early, because put it in, and they never gonna work this out. So they say, yeah, we. But in other points, we have the CDU, CSU that is right now still against it, and I think it was someone from Die Grünen, Bündnis 90, who said it's talked too early. That was some misleak, and yeah, it's the first step in the right direction. But well, yeah. Back to the F-82. Almost lost the track. Well, and gave my best, and still we were losing, and I was ranting a little bit. And oh, so many M's. I think I'm Robin Schabatsky from How I Met Your Mother. Oh shit! Sadly, it's middle of the week, so we can't drink. Fuck! Almost said it again. And now it's pretty awful. I think I have to smoke another one next. Maybe it will work better. And again, I love it. Thoughts? Back on track again, F-82. There was another F-82, and yeah, he killed a couple of AIs. I think it was like 2 or 3.
Yeah.
And then he was flying on, I think it was this Italy map, Sicily, and was flying to F1. Oh no, dreads. Sorry, man. I'm more like I don't know how to call it. Just Google Boxerschnitt, like for boxers, the haircut for boxers, like.
Or like a crew cut.
Yeah, like this. And yeah, this F-82 was flying to F1, where into nowhere, just landed there. Stand there and looked around, and was like, yeah, I don't give a damn. And after most of the enemies, don't know why, but most of them killed themselves in action or stuff like this. After most of them were dead, he took off again and just killed a couple of guys again and finished the game like this. And I was like, oh hell no! Please, for the love of God, send him the Thunderstruck. Something that, well, it was a time where I was pretty salty, and I don't want to get back to this. So, yeah.
Do you want to talk us through your service record then?
Yeah.
Do you want to go through it?
Can go through it. So we can talk about the service record.
So you're in Squadron Strangers of Dawn, which is pretty cool. What's that squadron about?
It's more like of a Twitch streamer, a German Twitch streamer. And I thought he was pretty cool. So I gave him my Twitch Prime subscriptions. And
is that what he's called? Strangers of Dawn?
Yeah, it's Strangers of Dawn. It's, I think this squadron was made for Battlefield 3 back in the days. And since then, yeah, it carried on. Landed on War Thunder. And yeah, the streamer took this name and called the squad in Thunder also Strangers of Dawn. We also have squads for no, you can't, Daddle Prince. No, you can't. It's not a sky blue, pretty, sweet looking cruncher. Or grinder. Well, Strangers of Dawn, back to tracks.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so I was before in TMBR, like the mighty battle rats.
Yeah.
And I was like, one of the Offiziere, I don't know what it's in English.
Officer?
Yeah, officer. Whoa. I think I should get an energy drink. Some Fanta. Fanta is better. Because the Führer made us the Fanta.
So, when it comes to the vehicles, you've obviously played most nations, at least a little bit. But the spading's a little bit low on some of the nations. Is that just because you've
Please take a look at the Swedes, the Swedish boys. I'm working hard on them. That's the
Heavy
nation I
Tanker, nice
started
to
and
see
said,
you.
okay, just to make a tech happy, will take every vehicle that I can play right now.
Yeah, the Swedish is really good. Like it's are you playing ground or air with them?
Right now, it's most focused on air.
Hmm.
I'm researching the A21 RB, I think.
Yeah.
The ground striking version. And I got already the Saab 105 hits, I think, and the SK60.
Oh, nice.
And the Saab 105 will take a lot of time to spade, so right now she's just hanging out in the hangar. Just to sit on her with some nice friends and drink some coffee.
Then you pretty much exclusively just played RB. So you basically did the starter missions in AB. Played a little bit of simulator, but vast majority is RB, which, you know, is fine. The win rate's pretty good. Overall, 52% is quite nice.
It was higher.
Average. Yeah.
No. It's the whole time thing right now. Take a look at the last month. It's horrible right now, and I think it's because of this spading progress I'm making right now.
It definitely makes the game harder, right?
Especially if you're one of these guys who tries to carry the games, and it's not always working out. And sometimes I still rage quit, and or just say, okay, it's enough for the day. This match I don't work, so I just close the game and end as last place. So I think that's are the games where also it's my statistics.
I mean, that's fair. Let's see. Harrier GR1, you've been smashing people in the face with that thing. Was that when it first came out?
No, it was like after it got already up tiered. So I was like, okay, it's got a little bit balanced, so now I can buy it. And I smashed the shit out of people. Still in squadron battles like 10.0 or 10.3, this thing rules. It's just like, ooh.
You're obviously pretty proficient in high-tier jet, you know.
I love jet gameplay.
Yeah.
Back in the days on my old PS4 account, I were playing a lot of BV238 in Sim, and loved the K4, and yeah, so the 109 K4, and I reached the CL13 Hunter meta and found my new place. So girlfriend's account, I started to grind out the shit out of the tech trees because she mainly played ground RB. And yeah, I love to fly my planes. Started with the Russians. I bought her the BE6, so maybe she could find something interesting in air. But, well, I just played her close air supporter when we played together.
Yeah. That's pretty cool. I mean, the stats in general are pretty decent across the board. The only weird one is the the 4F early. But obviously, that one, being an event vehicle, is always going to have like a asterisk next to it, you know?
Yeah, and the first day I got it, it was like the third day of the event. I'm honest, a little bit of the money I made the event before it into it. And I played the first days. It was pretty decent. It was good. The acceleration was insane.
Yeah.
And just flew away from the AIM-9Js and just a little bit turning and easy dodged. And you distracted for your team. But days after it, where the minority of the players got playing, got worse and worse. And we don't talk about this stuff because a lot of people ranted about their teammates today, and I don't want to do this. And still did it with the F82 player. But well, yeah, got worse and worse, and then I thought, okay, now it's baited. I just let it hang out in the hangar.
Yeah.
Maybe one or two ground striking runs and ground RB, and well, not so good looking.
But overall, the stats are pretty good, right? Like there's no issues here at all with any of the vehicles. They all make sense. Then with the ground, I mean, it's pretty similar. Like the KDs are a little bit lower. Like they're more 1-to-1 with a lot of stuff, but the win rates are still up there. So, like it's pretty standard. Seems like massive over aggression with light tanks, but apart from that, not too bad.
That's one of my problems, and that's why I hate the Raketenjagdpanzer 2.
Yeah.
I hate this thing. Prince can approve it. I play pretty decent in this thing, but well, I can't wait. I want to push. I want the caps, and well, most of the time it's early, and then I just got striked out of nowhere.
So aggression in aviation is helping you, whereas aggression in ground is failing you.
Absolutely.
Mm.
Besides top tier, sometimes top tier aggression is the way to go, because even the T80s gets like, what the fuck? Why is this 2A6 pushing me so hard? Fail aiming right the cheek and can't pen, and then you can just hit right the lower front plate, and it makes boom. That works.
But generally, you know, the stats are still very good. Like, it's just, as I said, with light vehicles, you're trying to play them like mediums.
Oh, got me.
But I think the stats in air are slightly better. But normally people's stats in air are always slightly better. I don't really know why. Might be just like how the game's set up. But yeah, I mean, these stats are good. Like, there's no issues here. The main thing is there's just a lot of German dominance, but I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. Like, sticking to one tech tree and
first level up. It was the first nation to get into top tier, because most of the people in Strangers of Dawn play German vehicles. So I can help anyone who needs some help. Oh, good morning, Mr. Freeman. How are you today? Hope you are fine. Name is Steve. I'm totally sorry. I'm totally sorry. I always wanted to bring this up, but I'm totally sorry.
Bring what up?
This it's more like Indian talking, tries to sound like a American from some call center stuff. I'm really trying to help you. So we don't need your bank account's identification numbers. So just type it in. The screen is blacked out for us.
Oh, God.
I know, but Indians talk in this accent. I know, I watch your streams too, man. I'm really sorry I said this. And
Never
girlfriend
apologize to Freeman.
always no, he deserved to apologize for this. This is more like racistic stuff, and I'm not like this. The German Indian accent, right.
Definitely a fun one.
Anyways, my girlfriend always wants that I talk some English, Indian-touched voice in my job. But I'm a seriously man who's asking people for their thoughts about different stuff that's going on in Germany. Some of them think I try to sell them a vacuum cleaner. Still, I don't get it.
Oh, God.
Okay. I want to make some space for Doi. I will get my dog for a walk. I have to say thank you for having me. Always nice and a pleasure to be here. And,
it's always a pleasure having you on, Phoenix. It's always nice chatting.
Thank you very much. You all have a nice day, night, wherever you are. And my dog is singing. I think he wants to go on a walk. See you next Fireside Chat, or hear you next Fireside Chat.
See you later, the Phoenix. Have a good time. Alright, so that was the Phoenix talking about everything in the world. It was hell of a good chat. So let's see what Zesty Lime wants to chat about today, and see what is going on while I continue playing this bucket of an aircraft. How are you, Zesty Lime? How's life?
I'm pretty good.
Oh, well, that's good to hear. What do you want to chat about today?
Oh, well, I don't know. It's some general topics, I guess. I've been actually getting... Last week was pretty interesting for me, well, the last month, because earlier, sorry, I had strep throat. That was
not
always
very
fun
Yeah.
to swallow.
I've heard that one's rough.
Yeah, it's like a bi-yearly thing for me.
Oh, Jesus.
Ever since I was a kid, it's I should really just get my tonsils removed at this point, but it's 1 year it's strep throat, and then the next year it's an ear infection.
Bloody hell.
It's around October, November every year, so it's a cycle I need to break somehow.
That absolutely sucks, man. Like, I don't know how else to put it. Like, that fucking sucks.
But I got a job in August, which is
nice.
Yeah, I'm working in a butcher shop.
Hell yeah. Though, I tell you what, working in, like, butcher shop and shit is so fun. Or at least to me it is. How are you finding it?
It's pretty good. It's like, it's part of a grocery store. So, getting up early, because the store opens, getting up 2 hours before the store opens, or, well, 3 hours before the store opens, because I gotta have a shower, eat breakfast, all this stuff, get there for 6 a.m., because gotta prepare everything for doors opening at 8. It's not too good on my sleep schedule, but it just means I gotta get to bed earlier.
That's awesome, though. Like, it's really nice. Really nice to hear you got a job and stuff. Like, that's having a source of income is always lovely.
Indeed, but last week I got my full driver's license in Ontario. So my full G license.
Nice.
And the same day I got a $20 parking ticket because I forgot to pay.
Classic.
Funny story. I booked it because in my city, it was like 4 months at minimum for a driver's test booking in advance.
Yeah.
So I took a somewhat lengthy drive to Niagara Falls because it was like a week away. There was their earliest date. I'm like, I just want to get this done because I don't want to wait till the deadline of my license to expire and then I got to start over again, you know?
Yeah.
But it's so I go from there and then I booked it for early in the morning because I know I had college at 12. So I had a college class on campus at 12. So it was for 8:30, of course. They run late like always, so I didn't start the thing until 9:30. Get back, I passed, yay. Now I gotta rush to college, forget to pay for parking on campus, and they nail me with a ticket, so
Fuck.
it's live and learn.
Do you guys have to, like, at least when I was at university, you had to, like, pay for a parking spot, basically, like, if you wanted to bring a car along?
Well, there's two options. Like, you can buy a parking pass,
Yeah.
or you can pay per hour you're there, I guess, per day. Because like
Right.
there's
The normal
a
time
mobile
Freeman,
app where you can
like
just
3 hours.
punch in how long you want,
Yeah.
and then it'll park you for that amount of time. It'll register you in.
Yeah.
And I only have just the one class this semester, so it's not really worth it for a full semester's worth of parking pass if I'm only going to be there a week.
Yeah, of course.
But yeah, and life is going all right.
I mean,
War
shit,
Thunder.
you're working, you're doing your college shit, you know, you're driving. This sounds awesome. Like, you know, very, very powerful, like, what, 3-4 months? Well, you know, there's like, just like how they say there's a silver lining to every cloud, there is always a cloud for a very fucking big silver lining, and gas prices is definitely one of those. Yeah.
I have a 2010 Ford Fusion.
Ooh, not bad.
I bought it used, but it barely had any kilometers on it because the old lady I bought it from barely drove it.
Yeah.
So it's decent on gas, but it's like $80 to fill 3/4 of the tank nowadays.
Yeah.
So it's glad I'm working.
Yeah, I mean, gas prices around me are through the roof as well. Like that's one thing I do miss about living in Calgary. Like, gas prices were stupidly low compared to in BC.
Don't they make oil in Calgary or in Alberta?
In Alberta, yeah, it's the big thing.
Which is, I don't want to get into politics,
but you know, I tell you what, Zesty, one of the things we never talk about, even in real life in Canada, it seems, is actually politics. So, you know, the floor is yours if you feel like it.
I dislike Trudeau. There we go. I said it.
Fair enough.
I would have rather had Mad Max in office.
It would have been more entertaining.
But so yeah, it's the cycle. I needed a car to get to college. Got to get a job to pay for car insurance. Got to work the job to pay for the gas to put in the car.
Mm-hmm.
Use the car to go to work to get money to pay for the car insurance.
Yep, you are now part of the system. Now all you got to do is in like 10 or 15 years' time, when you have your midlife crisis, and then go and live in the woods for a few years, and then come back and do the same thing. You've nailed the circle.
Actually,
well
going on
put.
a camping trip for a few years doesn't sound like a bad idea.
I'd like to do it. I'd love to do the hitchhiking thing, but I'm pretty sure I'll get killed. So.
Yeah. There was. Oh, have you heard the story of Hitchbot?
No, I don't know
Okay,
what that is.
so there was this like robot technically, but it was like a dirty clothes basket and a bucket with a face on it, and its goal was to get from Newfoundland to British Columbia just hitchhiking, right?
Okay.
So it made it.
Oh,
They
shit.
tried the same thing in the States, and it immediately got beaten to death in Philadelphia.
God damn it. Fuck's sake.
It was hilarious. But I guess that's just, I don't know, different cultures.
Yeah, definitely. Hey, Noise Boy, nice to see you.
But I had how are you finding this update in War Thunder? Because I had like just a little brief list of topics I wanted to talk about in the game.
I mean the major things that this update added, I haven't really used that much when it comes to like the mechanics and stuff, like the new missiles. I haven't touched. I don't really want to. The digging is pretty fun. The main thing about it is it's not very useful. But what it meant is I could go back and play vehicles that I haven't played in a long time, and just kind of respade them, which was kind of nice actually. Like getting back to them, and some of the vehicles that they've added, like the T-2065 is pretty fun. The map seems pretty good. Like overall, I'd say this is a positive update. I wouldn't say it's obviously got its issues, but mainly positive.
I do think the shovels are a bit pointless.
Yeah,
and that they probably introduced more bugs than good. But because I mean, bomb craters are nice, but like for the few weeks. Like the week, it was just like if you were in a bomb crater, you couldn't like see anything out of your gun sight because you were shaking around too much.
Yeah.
Same with the trenches, and I saw briefly in like the recent It's Fixed that they were decreasing the amount of time it took to dig a trench. But
it's the time to the spade to go down. I think they're reducing that.
I also saw that. I thought they were sorry, let me rephrase that. I thought I saw that they were also increasing the amount of dirt scooped up each time.
Oh yeah, they're doing that too. Yeah, you're right.
So it might be somewhat useful. Like the only machine that I have at the moment that could have a scoop on it is the Italian Leo 1A5. And on that thing, if you try to make a trench, it's pretty much pointless. You'll just die. Because by the time you get the trench finished, you'll either get lasered, and everyone in your turret will be eviscerated, or you'll get bombed or missiled. So it's I haven't found a use for it.
Yeah.
But I think like if some of the lower tier vehicles got it, like there was a Sherman with like a gigantic bulldozer thing on the front of it, or like the Avery, I've seen people use that well because it's got good turret armor and it can just hull down extremely well. But at top tiers, I think it's kind of a little more pointless.
Yeah, so I agree with you. I think the lower in BR you'll go, the more useful it'll be.
Yeah. So I actually wanted to talk about the weasels because I think, and it's like the whole subject of like higher BR tankettes in general, because earlier you had like stuff like the ASU 57, or if you want to go like way the way down, the L3.
Yeah.
And those things were always like memes, but I don't think they were like very extremely powerful. Sure, the ASU can scout and it's got a decent gun, but you can machine gun it to death with like a 7.62. I think the thing with the weasels is they're extremely fast. The AA version, like the one with the 20 millimeter, I think it's like, it's not as bad as the R3 when it came in, but it's like, it's annoying.
Yeah.
They're just like, I got bum rushed in my Tiger, not my Tiger 2, but it was an IS2 there. And they couldn't kill me. But there was like 3 of them, and anytime I repaired something, they would just take it out again.
Oh, Jesus.
So it was annoying. Like there was literally nothing I could do about it. And I had to ping the map over and over again until somebody finally came along and shot them.
God damn.
But the one with the TOE2s, I forget if it gets top downs or not, but I think
it does. Yeah.
I think my issue is you can just cover them with bushes so easily, and they're so small that like if one's sitting in a big group of bushes, it just turns any game in that BR versus Germany to I have to spray down all of the bushes with machine guns or I'm just probably gonna die.
Yeah, true.
And I think the Ocelot has the same type of thing as the Stormer, right? With the radar.
The radar, yeah, it's very good.
Yeah, so I think it's just a better Type 93. But saying that isn't exactly much.
I'll say the stock version of the Type 93 is better than the stock version of the Ocelot. Because the standard Ocelot missiles, you actually have to hit the target with them.
Oh, they're not proxy head?
Yeah, they're not proxy. I think the second ones
Ouch.
are though. So yeah, that makes it a little bit easier at least.
But I've just been playing Russia all update.
Yeah.
Because I've decided that there's a bunch of skins that I have for higher tier Russian tanks, and I want to unlock them so I can use the skins. Because I have a bit of a gambling addiction with the crates. Anytime I get a crate, I gotta open it, and it's always skins for either Russian or British vehicles. So I've decided I'm gonna go up Russia, and then I'm gonna go up Britain. So I've been playing around 9-0 Russia, 8-3 9-0 Russia, mainly ground, but some air as well. And the Ocelot is just annoying. Like if you're flying a plane and you see it, like you see the missile launch, it's not going to kill you, but it prevents you from, doing anything.
Yeah, I understand.
And even like if it's hiding like beside some buildings or again in trees, once it's fired 4 of its missiles, it's technically open to attack, but it's small and it's fast, so it doesn't render unless I get within like a kilometer of the ground. So I can't see it. I think they're cute, fun little additions to the game. I just don't know what it's opened the door to. Because that area of, I guess, tank design isn't exactly my forte. I don't know what tiny things there are out there that could potentially break the game.
There's a ton of them.
I know there's the ELCs and stuff, but
yeah,
those are, I don't know if they're bigger but
the
anyway.
ELCs are slightly bigger, I'd say. They might be a bit lower, actually. No, I'd have to check, but yeah, they're pretty small. But we know they're coming. It's just the time for them, right?
Yeah, it's with France in general.
Mm.
There's like a lot of stuff that I forget who was talking about this, but there's a lot of stuff for France that I'm surprised hasn't been added already.
Yeah. Like a lot of their like you mean the tank designs, right?
Yeah, a lot of the light tanks, the infantry fighting vehicles.
Yeah.
There's a lot of stuff. Oh, Urist was on. I heard him talking about the missions or the achievements, I guess.
Yeah.
And I just want to point out how useless convertible RP is, because like, I think I have 34 million.
Yeah.
And I'm never going to use it.
Yeah, it's you only use it for GEing stuff, right? I think that's
Yeah,
I'm
not gonna pay for that.
Yeah.
It's actually a comparison that I wanted to make with I guess the one that I play now is World of Warships, but because how they do it in that game is you have the base experience,
right,
and then you have what they call free experience. So you earn that at every battle you earn free experience at a certain percentage of the base experience you get. And then you can use that free experience on anything in the game, whether it be modifications, whether it can be the next vehicle that you're researching. It's useful it's really useful. And I think if War Thunder took a page out of that book, I mean, I don't know how you've probably been playing a lot longer than I have. I don't know how much convertible RP you have sitting around on your account, but if they were to like change it at a rate of, if they were to do something similar, at I don't know, maybe like 100,000 to 1 ratio, then like honestly, it depends on how much people have. But if they made it so that you could spend it on anything,
hey, Heavy Tank, can I see you?
And like in World of Warships, you can still convert like locked experience on vehicles that you have. If you've already fully upgraded a vehicle and the next vehicle in the line is researched, your vehicle gets elite status, kind of similar to spading.
Yeah.
Where you can then convert, you can use the premium currency to convert the research locked on that vehicle into free research.
Yeah.
So you can spend it on anything. And then they have, well, I guess they're phasing them out now, but they had free research ships where if you had enough free research, you could basically spend it all on this one higher tier premium. So like the Missouri or the Musashi.
Right.
And I think that's a cool concept. I don't know how exactly it would work in War Thunder.
It's basically, well, that's basically what squadron vehicles are, right?
Yeah, kind of like squadron vehicles, but squadron vehicles are stock and don't have premium bonuses.
True, yeah. Why are they phasing out those vehicles? Oh, you said
well, they haven't introduced a new one in a long time. And that's because, I guess, people had a bunch of stored up experience, and so they just blitzed it all, and then everyone was running around in a Missouri.
Yeah.
Because the Missouri also made a shit ton of credits.
Okay.
So everyone was using it to just blitz out credits to buy everything.
Yeah.
So they haven't introduced a new one in like a year, and they're like slowly taking out them. So I don't know. I don't play it enough anymore.
No, that's fair. Like, it seems like they're trying to phase it out. I mean, maybe they realized they could put it in packs or something and actually make some money from it.
Yeah, they took the Missouri out, and then they removed its super credit earning, and then they put it in loot boxes.
Okay. Sounds very wargaming-esque.
Very wargaming.
Oh god, I'm so glad that we don't really have any events in War Thunder based around loot boxes. Like, we have like that little bit in the item shop of like the few vehicles.
There's the crafting events.
Yeah.
Well, the loot boxes on the crafting events, because like there's certain times during a crafting event where I need this one resource and I open 10 boxes and I get none of it.
Yeah, true. Yeah, that is annoying.
But I guess that is a neat segue onto another thing, event vehicles in general.
Right.
Because with, I think, like the Merkavas, now that they're introducing Israel, what are they like? They've already had all of the Merkavas basically in the United States tree as event vehicles.
Yeah.
Are they going to be taking them off the market? Like,
no, they if I remember the statement at the time, it was the removing all of the premiums from each of the tech trees, which have the which are Israeli, but they're not removing they're not removing market vehicles from their specific tech trees. So like, yeah, all the Merkava should stay
the
there.
Vortur.
Yeah, the Magak should go, the Votor, the F-84F, the Peten.
Yeah. My question is then, what's going to replace that stuff? Because it's got to come eventually, because both of France's, I guess, rank 6 premium vehicles are Israeli, the Votur and Thunderstreak.
I think they're rank 5s as well. I don't think they're rank 6s.
That may very well be. I can't check right now.
I'll have a look after this game. But yeah, whatever happens, they don't have I don't think they have a rank 6 premium.
Oh yeah, so, that's a funny thing. When they made rank 7 a thing, I had the Mirage 3, the C.
Yeah.
So, but I didn't have enough vehicles in rank 6 to technically continue researching rank 7. So I have the Mirage 3, but I can't research the other Mirage 3 because I don't have it, because I don't have rank 7 unlocked technically.
Oh, that's brilliant.
It's absolutely hilariously stupid. But there was, on the topic of like mission rewards, there's a bunch of stuff from like old War Thunder, like relics of War Thunder's past, if we could call it, that seem to be forgotten, but they could do so much with, given that they've introduced so much since the start of the game. Like, one of the things that was brought to my attention in the recent sale that I had completely forgotten about was the dynamic campaign missions.
Oh yeah, that's
I completely forgot that they existed.
Yeah.
Right? Because I don't think there's any incentive to play them. I don't think the game even tells you about them.
No.
And I don't know when the last one was added, because it was certainly before I started playing.
Well, I'm pretty sure all of them are from the previous games, like Wings of Prey. So they're kind of just like, cause Wings of Prey was made, and then all of the stuff that was in Wings of Prey was put basically into War Thunder as a base, and then they built off of it. So like all of that stuff, like including like the single missions and stuff, all of that is the of a bygone era, basically. Like all the stuff
a relic
10, 11 years ago.
A relic of War Thunder's history.
So I have 130 million convertible research points. So
yeah. So if you if that got converted to free experience at whatever rate, you could then use that to blow it on whatever new vehicles they introduced in a patch.
I could have everything in the game. Like,
Yeah,
probably
much.
3 or 4 times over.
That's what I
have
said.
left,
Like
basically.
if they converted it at a 1-to-1 ratio, that's what I said. They'd have to look at how much people have on average, and then figure out a rate in which wouldn't get people too much, and then a way of earning it that wouldn't give you too much over time, because it's a nice supplementary thing. I think if you get a new ship or a tank in one of the wargaming titles, it's good to be able to get through the crappy modifications with it, so you're not you're not a complete liability to your team.
Yeah.
Because I think there's certain things in the game, I don't know if it's in, because if you have a stock ship, it doesn't have any health, it doesn't have any range, it doesn't have any speed, it doesn't have any anti-air defenses.
Yeah. Thank you.
So it's kind of, you need the modifications to actually be somewhat competitive, especially with how concealment works in that game.
Thank you, Kobas.
But actually, naval and helicopters. So there are a few nations in most nations in the game don't have naval, and there are still some without heli trees. And I think the last one that we got was the Italian helicopters, right? And that was only 3 of them. They only had 3, or they only have 3. I know because I was a maniac and I took them all into Heli EC to spade them. Because that's the only way to effectively grind helicopters. I forget if it was with New Power or Hot Tracks that they said they were working on a helicopter game mode. But I don't think we've had any word on that since.
The PvE stuff? No, we haven't. The only thing that we've had is they're continuing to work on it, basically.
Yeah, which doesn't tell us anything.
And the other thing is from late 2019, when they said they're working on Italian and Chinese helicopters. So, the Italian ones came, but I don't know where the Chinese ones are.
Chinese helicopters, I know nothing about. But, I don't even know if Sweden has helicopters. Obviously Israel does. Who else is there that doesn't have them yet? Not Japan. Japan has them. I think that's it. If it's just Sweden and China, and then Israel, but Israel technically doesn't exist yet.
Yeah, pretty much. And then the only other things would be the naval stuff to try and sort out.
Yeah, I think French naval would be funny because you'd have blue water vessels that were pretty decent to great, and then there would just be nothing for coastal. And some of the French ship designs, I guess the Nelson-esque battleship designs with all the turrets at the front.
Yeah.
Like the Dunkirk or the Jean Bart, I think. I don't know. But they had 8 guns and 2 turrets that were at the front of the ship, and then all of the secondaries were on the back. So it'd be weird in War Thunder, because you'd have if a PT boat or something was rushing you from the front, you'd only have your main guns to take it out with, unless you wanted to turn and then give yourself more target to torpedo. Because all your anti-aircraft guns and secondary batteries are on the back of the ship. I think it would be interesting.
Yeah.
But I don't know how you would balance it.
Yeah, that seems to be the main issue when it comes to naval stuff. Like, how would it fit in the game compared to other stuff?
Well, that's the issue with high tier naval in general.
Yeah.
Because I think destroyers and the early cruisers are like mindless fun.
Yeah.
Like you can just hop in, click a button, click another button, and you blow stuff up. But from playing the Maxim Gorky, that is not fun at all, especially in a stock spot thing, because you only have high explosive, and good luck killing a battleship with just high explosive shells from your technically heavy cruiser.
Yeah, you just keep setting it on fire over and over again, and then it will just use its fire skill, and yeah, you won't do any damage.
And then you'll just it will literally click on you once, and then you explode.
Yeah, not too fun.
Especially with the open water naval spawns.
Mm-hmm.
I think War Thunder Naval has potential, but it's just the maps that are holding it back. Because the maps are either extremely lane focused, like you have a bunch of big island or a lot of tall islands that restrict your firing angles, so it funnels people into lanes to shoot at each other with. Or you have open maps where it's the exact opposite. There's nothing to hide behind.
Yeah.
Like anytime I play naval and I get one of the circle maps, I just leave because that's not fun.
Yeah, I think that's fair. They're not the best maps in the game.
So if they tiered the spawns, like if coastal vessels spawned near one cap point with some small islands, if destroyers and maybe light cruisers spawned in the middle, with some medium-sized islands, the heavy cruisers spawn slightly further out with large islands, and then the battleships are in open water, I think that would be decent. But right now it's just every blue water ship spawns here, every coastal ship except for the higher tier quotation marks, they spawn out with the big fleet.
Yeah.
So higher tier coastal is just generally pointless, because if you're less powerful than a destroyer and you spawn out with the destroyers, what's the point? That's why if you are playing naval, I can count on one hand the amount of times I have seen an HMS Peacock or one of these, a Bussard, one of these other things, right? A Sayeta, the ones that aren't premiums or event vehicles. Because the Phrekia, that was fun until they changed destroyer damage models so it can't kill them. But the Sayeta, I've never seen that thing. The one with the anti-ship missiles.
I've seen it like a few times, but yeah, it's not many.
It's because I think it's basically the same cost as a MiG-21 or a Leopard 2A6.
Yeah.
But it's at entry level, because it's at the same BR as reserve boats. I don't know how they would fix that unless they just slash the costs of coastal vessels. But then how would they keep their economy? I don't know. I don't know how War Thunder runs their game internally. Yeah. And I don't know if they would need to balance out the research costs somewhere else somehow.
Hello there.
Yeah, they probably would.
Same with helicopters. It's the same thing with helicopters, because the only way to somewhat effectively grind them out, because you get like next to nothing from actions in ground RB with helicopters. Because I had a game in the Mi-24A, which is the one right after the Mi-4. I got 3 kills and I capped before I died, and I got less than 1,000 RP. And when mod costs on those things are like 24,000 a mod, it's not easy to do in ground RB. So you have to take them into helicopter EC, where you just get farmed by tigers and KA-50s and Patens.
Yeah.
Because there's no matchmaking there.
Yeah, I'll be back in just a minute, but keep going.
Okay.
I'll still be able to hear you.
It's I think if they don't want to just introduce, if they're not ready to introduce the helicopter PvE mode, then the first thing they could do was kind of segregate helicopter EC on battle rating brackets. So you had the starter helis, like the mid-tier ones, and then the top tier ones. So that stuff like, well, the Mi-4s would still get screwed over by the AH-1Gs, because that thing, I don't understand why that's the starter heli and not the Huey. Because that thing it's the best starter heli by far, because it's fast, it's got a lot of rockets, and it's cheap to spawn. It's also got the grenade launchers, but and the 20mm, that's a meme. The 20mm on it is just hilarious to use in helicopter battles.
Yeah.
But so if they're taking too long with the mode itself, then they could just separate it up like EC modes. Instead of having just the one, they could do it like 8.3 to 9.3, 9.3 to 10.3, 10.3 plus. And that would separate all of the power levels of helicopter. Because stuff like the Wasps and the Alouettes fighting KA-52s is kind of dumb, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree with you.
You got glorified police helicopter fighting certified military attack choppers.
Yeah, I think the only thing I can think of the reason why they haven't implemented stuff like that is because they've been working on other things that will solve the issue in the future. But the problem is those other things are taking too long, at least in my opinion.
I think, call me a wise old cynic, but I think the KA-50 just makes them too much money.
Yeah. I mean, it could also just be that. Like, I mean, you could be completely right.
If the Kamov players can't pub stomp the people who are just trying to grind, then they will whine.
Yeah. So yeah, it could just be that.
I guess the other way you could grind helicopters in Sim is in Sim if they choose to put the helicopter you want to play in Sim that week.
Yeah.
But I'm not a big simulator fan, so I think I've played like 5 games of ground sim and 1 game of air sim, and I just couldn't take off. So I kept I took off and my plane kept nosediving. So I'm not a sim player. That's not my area of expertise.
Fair enough.
But I think that's all I wanted to talk about. So I guess, yeah, it was fun.
Yeah, thank you for coming on, man. Like, it's
I missed doing this the past few times.
It's always a pleasure having you on, and I'm glad you're doing well as well. Like, everything sounds very positive, so keep it up.
Yeah, my life's been less War Thunder, so it's happy.
Fuck yeah, dude. I'm glad you're enjoying it.
Have a good one.
See you later, brother. Alright. So now, the next individual we have is Mad McLeod. So let's see what's going on with Mad McLeod today. There we go. How are you, man?
I am awesome. How are you, my guy?
I'm doing okay. What do you want to chat about today?
A few things. We're nearing the end of the year. State of War Thunder, and overall recent updates.
Fair enough. What's your thoughts on it then? How do you? So obviously, not regarding the last update because it hasn't come out yet. What are your general thoughts about this year then?
For War Thunder this year, there's been some. I mean, there's obviously been a lot of downs, but there's been plenty of ups. For every down, there's an up normally.
Right.
But there's always a different in terms of like their overall weight. The game has been a whole lot smoother in terms of just overall like ping problems. I mean, you still get you're flying, suddenly hit 900 ping, and you're teleported nosedive straight into a mountain.
Yeah, it's a bit of an issue.
But the amount of times that has happened has been reduced. Is it annoying as all balls? Absolutely. Does it happen as often? No.
I will definitely agree that I remember in especially January this year. January was absolutely awful for it. But
absolutely.
Yeah, at least nowadays it still happens, but it seems to happen a lot less.
Yeah. Like I said, and I think the down to it was the servers. Like, oh god, during the events, the servers.
Yeah.
I think Gaijin's going to need to do some major overhauls going forward in terms of just the hosting servers.
Yeah, I mean they said that they were doing something with it. I don't know how any of that stuff works. So but they at least at the end of the day, it is not good for their business if the game doesn't work. So
true.
I feel like they're probably trying to work their hardest to fix it, whatever the problem is.
Yeah. Like previously mentioned, a lot of the things that were added, like the weasels. At first, I was like, "Oh, cool! These are going to be fun to meme around with," and then they're actually competitive, and it's like, okay, this is a whole lot better than I was expecting.
Yeah, especially the 102.
I've messed around with them with some friends because a friend of mine has them. I have yet to unlock them, even though I'm a German main. But I'm real close. I'm working on the Tiger 2H and the Whirlwind, so I should be able to get 20 mil Weasel right after that. Or not the Whirlwind, the Google Blitz.
Nice.
But then again, it's like, oh, I really want to... but the amount of time it would take me to actually put the rest of the research into that mouse. I mean, who doesn't want the dummy thick tank?
True. Yeah, it is actually really fun to play. Like a lot of people always like down it that HeatFS exists, but overall it's actually a pretty fun vehicle.
Yeah, it's also it's fun to like drive around in it and just scare people when you come around a corner. Like, they speed around a corner in a leopard. They see you first. They think, oh, it's a mouse. Oh shit, it's a mouse.
Yeah, exactly. It's definitely got the fear factor.
I had that, I think, like 2 weeks ago. I was in my BMD4. I turn a corner and across the map, I just see the mouse aiming at me. I'm like, oh, fuck, oh, shit, oh, fuck, oh, shit. I mean, I killed it, but it took all 4 of my ATGMs.
God damn.
Yeah. I just remember, and, we're nearing the end of the year, winter event. I like the seasonal events, particularly in summer, winter, over the crafting events because is it grindy? A wee bit, but it's a whole lot less aggravating. And normally, I think the rewards are a whole lot better overall. And it's also better because they can add one-off vehicles that are either unique or have unique significance. Like one of my 3 favorites, I think, so far have been the Baltimore, because it was meant to be a response to, it was finished after Japan surrendered, but, its design was heavily built around AA, which was one of Japan's overall focus points.
Yeah.
Was air supremacy over the sea. So, it fit and it performs that role in game very well once you've spaded it.
Yeah.
which I haven't. I'm like one game away from getting parts because goddamn,
Hey, Cinnamon.
late game ships are expensive to spade.
Oh yeah, they are. Are they with the? This is one question I want to ask actually. So with the economy stuff in naval, because obviously they boosted a lot of the rewards in it. How are you with SL? Like, are you making a lot of SL or?
Originally, it was like the everyday struggle, but I have noticed a bit of an increase in naval. I mean, it's not perfect, but it is noticeable if you're one of those people who plays like low to mid naval just because you're fucking around, blowing shit up. You probably won't notice it, but if you're looking at your gains and your losses in higher tier, and you actually do the math, you will notice it without a doubt.
Okay, well that's good then.
Overall, naval is it's got the potential to go places. It just needs that extra bit of love and TLC from Gaijin.
Yeah, I think that's fair. And I don't know, like it looks like, well, we know they're working on the Yamato. We know that
Bismarck.
The Bismarck, but the other Bismarck. I can't remember his damn name. Yeah, that was in the leak, right? Like a few months ago.
I believe so.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember. God. I'm trying to remember whether there was any like equipment differences between the Turbot and Bismarck.
I'm sure there were some differences, but I don't think they'll be huge.
I remember reading some. I don't know if it's true, and someone's probably gonna lose their mind. I could have sworn I read somewhere where they wanted to put torpedoes on the Turpets. And considering the rating style of German Navy, where it was going and their designs, I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, it'd be kind of interesting.
But yeah, no, for these late game battleships, I mean, I have a few late game ships, but not very far. I'm still working on that. I think the furthest in terms of Navy I've gotten was German Navy and Russian coastal and British or German coastal, and I think for blue water it's the US, Germany, and Japan.
Do you play arcade or realistic? No.
I bounce between the two. It's really do I just want it's like, do I really want to play something, or do I just want to just sit there and click mindlessly?
Yeah, that's fair.
But if I'm really trying to grind something out, no matter like what are the three vehicle types I'm playing, if I'm playing to grind, it's going to be realistic. If I'm playing just to vibe, it's going to be arcade.
Right, I see.
And I occasionally throw my hand at sim, mostly in ground. I like air sim because I tried to get into DCS. The problem is I don't, everyday keyboard, so many keybinds. Oh boy.
Yeah, DCS doesn't really work with a keyboard. It's not.
Yeah, I have a HOTAS. I got an X52.
Right.
For my birthday last year, and I do use it occasionally, but not really for DCS. I've tried using it in War Thunder. Need some tweaks in my controls, but it could work. I mostly use it when I'm playing Elite Dangerous, though.
Oh, so Elite Dangerous is one of those interesting games, right? Because I've never actually played it, but I keep getting told to play it. But one of the things is, I heard that game's got like a grind to it, right? Or does it?
Kind of. Yeah. It's not too different from War Thunder. It's very much there's really three main ways to do it. You can do bounty hunting, either be it against the AI. The thing about it is the grind is you're actually safe if you want. There are two ways you can play. You can play it online, or you can play single player. Now the single player removes all like the risk, so it's not really the full experience. But if you want to grind for credits, the most optimal way is one of the mining means in the single player world, where you can just go to an asteroid belt, blow up the asteroids, which is the most profitable way for things like void opals or low temp diamonds. And then once you get like the late game ships, and you can like the thing about late game ships is you can kind of build them to do whatever. That's why I think the Anaconda is everyone's. Like, that's the final piece. That's the end game goal, is the Anaconda. Because the Anaconda is the big, it's the ship that does it all. It can. You wanna slap the Thargoids, which are the big bad aliens around. You can do that. You want to be the ultimate trader hauling probably a moon's worth of cargo. You can. You want to mine out an entire asteroid belt. You can. But it's definitely going to take a few months of grinding to get there.
Right.
And the best part is, if you want, you can just draw. You can change everything. So you can go from mining to blowing some poor fucker up, be it an AI or some random bastard who decided to pick on somebody else earlier and who still wanted. That's one of the big things about it. You know, everyone's like, "Oh, it's a complicated game." It's like, yeah, but it's no more complicated to a few other games where you can fly around and grind. You know, War Thunder or World of Tanks. There's a grind to it, but it's not as daunting. I think the daunting thing about it is the customization.
Right. Okay. Well, that's
you know,
alright then.
you got the ships, and then you got the hard points and the internal and slots, and you got the basic versions, and then once you start getting the ability to like modify those, then you're gonna be there and you're gonna like, wait, what the fuck is all this? Good game. It's not a learning cliff, but it's definitely a steep curve.
That's fair.
Recommendation: wait for a sale, but definitely pick it up if it is, and you got like you're taking a break from War Thunder or some other game. That's definitely something you want to stick time into it, because even if you're not doing anything, flying around the galaxy, it's pure eye candy.
Yeah. Do you need a joystick to use to play it?
Oh no!
Or can you do mouse keyboard?
Mouse, keyboard, controller. You play with whatever your hands works with. That's I think one of the best parts about it. It's surprisingly accessible.
Right.
For a flight sim.
Yeah, those generally don't have that. What do you call it? That's one of their weak points, which I think is why War Thunder became so popular.
Yeah, like
I would say
no, because I also play a bit of IL-2 Stronkovich, and the other ones I own them. I don't play them too much as I do nowadays. I want to get back into them. It's mostly because when you go, it's like I'm a bit of a night owl in terms of when I sleep.
Yeah.
So no one's ever playing in the multiplayer server, so it's like, God damn it. But yeah, they're fun because one of the big things I like about them is multi-crew. That's a thing.
Yeah.
And imagine War Thunder with some form of multi-crew. That'd be interesting.
Yeah, it would be nice to, I don't know, maybe have some like...
you got someone who's piloting, like someone who's gunner. That'd definitely be an interesting take.
Maybe they could try an event or something. See how it would work. The Black Sails are up.
People were talking about that. That's what the ones where you were flying around the International Space Station. That's what everyone was like, oh, they're testing for maybe multi-crew and stuff. It's like, I don't know if they are. Cool, but I doubt it.
Yeah,
I wish.
True.
I saw the mechs from the leak.
Oh God, yeah. I forgot about them.
So I play. I started playing War Thunder around when that event happened, and I tried it.
Oh yeah.
Because I'm a mech. I'm a bit of a mech boy.
You played Mech Warrior and stuff.
Played Mech Assault. Played BattleTech. I blame my dad because he's a tabletop boy.
Yeah.
I don't know if he can hear me. If he could, he'd give me a weird look, like you ungrateful bastard.
Oh, Mech Warrior is great. Like I really enjoy it.
Yeah, I saw those pics. I'm just there like, oh boy. I mean, there's so much. It kind of makes you wonder, why put that in War Thunder? They have the stuff, and with all of this, they can start a War Thunder, but instead with non-historical mechs, like alternate history.
Yeah, they have Crossout, right? Like
they do, but that's more of a Mad Maxy kind of thing.
Yeah, but I feel like you could put individual parts in that game, and then people could make kind of what they want. Maybe that's what they do with it. Because you're completely right. It seems like a lot of work just for like a 2-day event.
Yeah.
Sweet Dreams New Player.
Like maybe like a Crossout X War Thunder kind of event.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised. That reminds me, I was reading a book that I really started liking. It's the Leviathan trilogy. Basically, World War One, but alternate history.
Yeah.
With fantasy mixed in. So instead of the Allies, it's the Darwinists, and they use like animal hybrids in war.
Yeah.
And the Central Powers use fucking steampunk mechs and like giant walking ships. Like they literally took a boat and put legs on it.
That's pretty cool.
And
Reminds
I'm like,
me of Iron
I need a
Harvest.
game. Oh yeah, it very much is.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I need a game in a setting like this.
Oh yeah, like the taking real world events and then adding either steampunky stuff or adding like fantasy stuff to it is super cool. Like when that's why I kind of like Total War Warhammer, because they've taken obviously the Warhammer world but made it pseudo realistic and yeah. Yeah, exactly. I think it's very fun.
Very nice. That actually reminds me, speaking of events, I remember talking with some of my friends. It's like all these cool events. What if we were able to play them again? Like, I don't know, like in a custom battle kind of sense. You know, like you can
I'd
go
love
back.
it, yeah.
That's the one thing I do want. The ability to go back and experience the old, like the ponies or the UFO. Like, come on. Like, there's all these new players who has never gotten to experience these things.
Yeah, I would absolutely love to see them. The one thing I want to do, but I've never been able to because of the way that the game's set up. I would love to play, or I would love to run and host a tank football tournament. Like, so just get a bunch of GE, you know, and whoever wins, you know, the winning team gets a ton of GE, second place does, and we do like a little like round robin tournament. I would love to do that, but I can't. And I've even talked to like members of Gaijin about this, and I still can't because of the way that the game's set up, and it annoys me to this day.
Yeah. Other than that, you know, a lot of the vehicles that you get from tournaments or events are pretty damn nifty, especially from the recent events. Not like, I mean, the Build-A-Bear events, I mean, they're a thing. They're going to remain a thing. We all know that.
Yeah.
At least there's always at least one vehicle in those events that's worth getting. Everything else, all right, you know, you can trade for them or if you want to collect them, but there's always that one that's like, yeah, we're getting that one. I will sleep schedule, life, screw that. I'm getting that vehicle. There's always that one vehicle.
Yeah,
and but you know, it's such a time sink to Build-A-Bear ones. Unlike the seasonal ones, which is the ones I prefer. Not only do you get more out of them, they're also, you know, you're not trying to micromanage your time as much. It's like, okay, you got 2 days, get your star. All right, you can take a break. Wait for the next star to become available.
Yeah, it's a lot easier to play, and yeah, the main thing for me is the 0.1 where you don't get everything, and I don't know, that leaves a really bad taste in my mouth.
Yeah, normally you can only get 2 out of the damn Build-A-Bear ones, but you normally get like 6 out of the seasonals.
Yeah, exactly. And
Worst
I hope
part,
they
I missed. I think I've only been able to do the last winter was the first seasonal one I really dedicated. All the ones after that, I wasn't able to partake due to like school and stuff.
Yeah.
So it's like, I still have, okay, so technically I'm quote unquote graduated. I don't have, but it's not full graduation or diploma because Florida school system here is basically borked beyond hell. So I had to wait for December to roll around, do a re-enroll in some online classes so I can wrap 2 or 3 classes up and then actually get my diploma so I can get a goddamn job and, you know, make money.
Blank. Yeah. Sounds
but, you
confusing.
Know, government issue stuff is just a pain.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm always excited when the seasonal ones, because it's like there's always at least 1 or 2 vehicles that are like, okay, yeah, these are gonna you're gonna see a lot of players with this, and it's gonna throw the meta out of whack for a few days, and then there's like the 1 or 2 that's like, this is gonna be dumb, just stupid shit fun, like the Kachi. I love that thing.
Yeah, the boat tank.
Whenever you get into a good map with a big portion of water, it's like boat time. It's like anytime I'm in the Kachi and I see water, it's like boat. I don't care if it's like a lake, boat. It's sacrilege not to do it.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, those events are fun, but I feel like, at least in the last 2 years of War Thunder, they've had so many overlapping things now, where it's like it's actually been really nice the last week or so because there's been nothing going on. Like
True.
it's just been free. Like you can do what you want. You know, obviously you still have the battle pass stuff and the decals, but that's not huge things. So it's been nice just having a time where I don't have to focus on like 5 different things that I'm doing at the same time.
True. I wish I can say the same in terms of like nothing, because I'm also an avid Warframe player.
Oh.
And they recently have something called Prime Resurgence. So the big bad quest arc for the next story arc is coming out like December, January. So it's like, okay, you got regular Warframes and Prime Warframes. Well, guess what? We have an event where all the quote-unquote vaulted frames, which are the ones you can't grind for probably the next few months, are going to be available. And there's like 2 of them every week that are available. And it's like, oh, God. And it's like, oh, and they're all the ones that you normally, they're like very, like you kind of want for the meta. And it's like, I actually have to do this if I want to keep up.
Are they hard to grind?
How it works is you have to do specific mission types, and then you get like a defense wave. Wave 1 is part of rotation A. Wave like waves 1 to 5, rotation A rewards, and then 5 to 10 is rotation B. 10 to 15 is rotation B, and then 15 to 20 is rotation C. In terms of that's how the rewards are divvied out, and you get 1 based on percentage. There's a resource called Aya, and that's what you use to turn in, and you turn that in for relics, and then the relics, you do the mission, and then at the end of the mission, you get 1 of 6 items. There are 3 commons, 2 uncommons, and 1 rare. And the good thing, the one saving grace about this is that there's an internal market for the in-game premium currency, because you can just buy it, but you can also trade for it. Kind of like here in the like the Gaijin market, except you use that. It's a more universal currency. The only problem is because all of these, you don't just get there are 4 parts. You got to get the blueprint and then the 3 construction parts. And the thing is, there's a market for it. And now that all of the vaulted ones, which are harder to get, if not at all, are now unvaulted or available, the market is gonna crash. Like there's an actual internal economy to the game, and everyone in the thing is Warframe is those games where everyone, like you look at the Call of Duty community, and then you look at Warframe, it's like, Jesus Christ, what's wrong with Call of Duty? Very good community, but yeah, no. When it comes to Platinum, everyone's like, oh God, this is gonna crash the market. It's like, okay, do we? It's like, it's like everyone wants Platinum, everyone needs Platinum. But do we also want to be responsible for crashing the market?
So has it already crashed, or is going to crash, or
we only had so the 2 Warframes that were just out. One of them was called Mag. She's kind of just she's very much themed around crowd control. She's not a big meta player. And then there's Nova, who has one of 2 things: mass damage nuking. Which is good against a certain type of like raid boss called Eidolons, which are basically, okay, you fight them to get a particular resource, which is really hard to get. Basically like a raid boss. And she has something called, you can build her for what's called power donation. So she basically makes it so her abilities do jack shit or even negatives, but everyone else basically gets a permanent like multi-1,000% buff to all of their abilities.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Basically making her the ultimate
support
booster. Yeah. And she is a highly sought after one. So I didn't get all the parts for her, but this next one is Limbo and I think another support, and then next one is going to be Mesa, who's like your McCree, but with 2 revolvers, and she's basically a walking A10, and then Hydroid, which is your tentacle boy. We've all seen hentai. We all know where it's going.
So so the drops are RNG then? You're not guaranteed getting them?
You can. The thing about it is grinding the eye. It's more. It's not bad. It's just kind of tedious.
Right.
And the thing is, you can basically buy the relics in bulk and then just grind them. And the thing is, the good thing about it is 4 players per mission.
Right.
And at the end of the mission, everyone opens their box and say, you get a prime part that I don't have, and I get a prime part that you don't have. You have the one I need, and I got the one you need. The thing is, at the end of the mission, everyone can choose one of the 4 rewards and get that reward, but they lose the one that they got.
I see. Right.
So it makes collective.
So you can trade them and stuff.
You can trade them,
Yeah.
or if someone out of your squad you can trade, but you don't have to if you're in a squad and that one guy gets everything. Everyone can just click and it's like, okay, we're going to choose this reward over all the other ones.
Yeah.
Which does help the grind. Is it tedious? Yeah, but it's not bad. So yeah, I'm dealing with that, and it's like okay, wait, this runs into January. Wait a minute, December is the seasonal. Oh no, not War Thunder 2.
It's gonna be a pain for you. Yeah, for me, Lookadry, like my secondary game right now, or the other game I play is Enlisted, and their events are a hell of a lot easier. So
yeah,
I don't have to worry
like
too much.
Enlisted is definitely a fun game.
Oh yeah, I enjoy it a lot.
I do like the whole squad hopping. Like you die, it's like, haha, I'm back, bitch.
Yeah,
it's very gimmicky, but it's a very fun gimmick.
Yeah, I think it works pretty well, and I don't think there's any other game that does it. Like it's
yeah. I mean, the closest thing I can ever imagine to a system like that is Battlefield's spawning on a squad mate.
Yeah.
Is like the closest thing, and even that's not that close.
No.
Yeah, I actually I like D&D and stuff, and I was thinking, what if there was a D&D game, but instead of like having characters, you were vehicles, or like a modern warfare kind of themed D&D where you can use vehicles and stuff in the game. And I'm like, oh god, no, don't let my it's like, oh god, my fucking D&D OCD is coming out again. Nope, put that away.
Yeah.
Today is not the day I spend 36 hours awake on half a case of Pepsi writing stupid ideas that will never come to fruition. Not today. Yeah. I remember many a chats ago I was talking about grinding out, the pains of grinding out the MI4 AV. Not anymore.
You finished it?
Oh, I spaded it.
Oh, well done.
Like the absolute masochist I am. Oh god. And the best part, I'm now doing the same with the Hyundai, and I plan to do the same with all the other vehicles. I shall not bend the knee. Gaijin shall not claim my wallet.
You are part of an elite club, the MI4 Spader Club. Well done.
Yeah. I mean, there are vehicles that, you buy it, yeah, that's chill. K4, I'm just, you buy the K50, everyone's going to give you that look like, oh god, not him. I mean, I've played plenty of EC. I know what people's opinions are on K50 buyers.
Yeah, not very positive.
No, mostly because K50 is one of the prime examples of Gaijin implementing something that is just game breaking in a way, and they never really fixed it. They just leave it.
Let's see.
Another reason I think we need to bracket off Helicopter EC based on rank or by BR. Think of the low tiers. I mean, I feel bad for all the low tiers who are also playing vehicles. Though I think out of all the low tier heli players, I feel no more pity for those who are stuck playing early Japan.
Yeah, very true.
Because they literally, it's like, all right, you get like 38 rockets, and it's like, do we get guns? No. It's like, do we get any other rockets? No. Do I get a grenade launcher? No. But it's a Huey. Yeah. and I only get rockets, pretty much.
Yeah,
It's
that
just
one
like,
is in a
oh
rough
God.
place right now.
It is. The one I remember a friend talking like he didn't like the start that the Italians get.
No,
'cause
we're
he's
not
like, "Ah,
playing
I
it
mean,
tonight.
yeah, they're
Let's-
fixed guns. And I'm like, aren't they on some sort of gimbal though? And he's like, what? Turns out he didn't know that.
Oh shit.
Now he does.
Good stuff. Do you have any last things you want to chat about before we move on?
One more. Are there any like just stupid meme vehicles you would die to see in the game?
I really want to see the ELCs. Even the one with the SS11s on it. I'd also like to see. It would be nice to see the Scorpion for the British, like both variants. The one with the Hesh lobber with the 73mm. That one would be a very memey vehicle.
Oh, absolutely.
And also, there's a few vehicles for Japan. Like there's a truck with rockets on it, and then a truck with a massive mortar on it. I think those would be quite fun. But yeah, those would be a few picks. I'd enjoy them.
I also hope that I also saw a lot of people going, Israel only really has the Markava and its ground tree, and I'm like, I hope we see the Super Shermans, the M50 and M51, because I mean those are pretty cool. I mean, literally, they just get it's like, here, have an old Sherman, okay. So what are you gonna do with that Sherman? We're gonna put a 150mm gun in it. What?
Yeah, that one would be fun, and then the 122 Sherman too.
Yeah, I mean, because technically at that point, it is really the only other like tank, tank that they've domestically produced, or at least domestically modified, or the closest thing to a domestic tank that isn't the Markava.
Yeah, that is true.
So if it's not in the deck tree, there will be quite a bit of disappointment from me, if you ask me. Yeah. Thanks for having me, mate.
Thank you for coming on. It's always a pleasure chatting, man. Like
Absolutely.
I'm glad you made it back. So
yeah, have a good one, man.
You too, brother. Right, so I've been informed by the missus that we are going Christmas shopping tonight. So instead of doing it tomorrow, we're going to be doing it tonight, which means I have to cut the stream early, but it also means that I get to stream tomorrow. So I apologize to everybody who didn't get on today. We'll do an extra long one in 2 weeks' time, just to be able to sort it out. But I am being summoned to go Christmas shopping, which is not my favorite thing that I've ever done in the world, but you know how it is. Jobs have to be done, things have to be finished. So, as always, thank you guys for watching. It's always a pleasure doing these things. I will see you guys